Shadows asleep amidst the trees. Bats all are swaying in the breeze. But one so light, anxious, wide awake, fearing all manner of ghouls, hags and wraiths. For your dolly Polly sleep has flown, don't dare let her tremble alone. For the witcher, heartless cold, paid in coin of gold. He comes, he'll go, leave naught behind but heartache and woe. Deep, deep woe. It's all silent for the night. House turned in as daylight dies. But when so light anxious wide awake, fearing all manner of ghouls, hags and wraiths, my dear darling.
Hi everyone, and welcome to night 4 of the Haunted Antiques Parameet. We're bringing this to you from the Haunted Antiques Paranormal Research Centre in Hinckley, Leicester, and we are sponsored by Sims Vintage Antiques in Walton Warren near Stratford. So a big welcome to everybody. I know our first team are already waiting to join us. So how are you, Neil?
I'm not too bad. I must admit, I fell asleep this afternoon. I put YouTube on. I watched about 10 minutes of the Ouija Brothers. No disrespect to the Ouija Brothers, but I fell asleep, so I'm getting a bit tired. So I'm a bit concerned. I'm a bit concerned about the next 2 nights because I'm actually at work for the next 2 days.
Dear.
So I'm up at 6:30, going to do work 13 hours, and coming to talk to you lot.
Yeah, so that'd be good. You'll only have 2 nights at it. You'll have a few nights off then after that, won't you?
Yeah, I've got 2 nights off work then, so all good. So I can see. Oh, you're on your side now, Jane.
It's all right.
Okay.
Something.
So what are you saying?
It's all right. Just something. An alarm went off, so it's okay.
All right. Okay, so let's bring the first team in. This is Team Paracom. We'll bring them all in together. So there's lots of them. Lots of them, look.
Ooh.
Hi, guys.
Oh,
Hi.
hello.
Hi.
How are you all doing?
Really good, thank you. Very good indeed.
Brilliant. So thanks for joining us anyway on this Parameet. It's our first attempt to this Parameet. It's been good responses so far. I've enjoyed the week altogether. So have you watched any of the other nights?
Yes.
I'll put you on the spot now, haven't I?
No, yeah.
So what do you think to it so far?
It's been pretty good, Neil, to be honest.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're good friends with Wednesday Paranormal, so yeah, they're great guys. But it's been really interesting. You're doing a great job, guys. You're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Great.
Yeah. The whole idea of this Parameet is to bring the smaller, lesser known people in the paranormal field and give them some airspace so people can get to know each other and little teams can get to know other little teams.
That's good.
Because especially next year, I can see the prices of some of the big locations skyrocketing because they've got to get all their money back from this year, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yes, it's been a difficult year for everyone, I think. You know, I mean, even yourself in the centre, I should imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, hence I've had to go and get myself a job. I'm not happy about, but I got to pay the bills. So okay then. So who wants to tell everybody about Paracom and how long you've been going and how you started and all that sort, and introduce yourselves.
Over to you, Pete.
Well, I'm Pete. I'm Mel. Obviously, we formed. We was part of a group before, and we decided to form our own team. It's been going for quite a while now, Keith and Steve, isn't it? Okay, it's been going for quite a while now.
14 months.
Yeah, as I said, we're part of another team, and the more we worked together, we just hit it off straight away. And we worked well as a team. Like, we used to go in our own little groups, but we gelled straight away, and it's just been great ever since.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
You all agree. That's good. That's what I like to see. All in agreement.
Anything else? Not about anything else. We'll agree with that.
So, are you 5 the Paracomp team then?
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are, yeah.
So I guess you're very limited to some of the locations you can go to when we're allowed out, of course.
We do team shares as well.
Yeah.
To help out, because there is only 5 of us, and some of the venues are quite expensive. We do team share with other people, with other teams to spread the cost of a place. So we don't do many public ones. It's mainly team events. We do our own little teams.
Yeah.
And then we bring other teams into the costs that we get on well with and that we know, basically.
Brilliant. I think that's the way forward, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we prefer it as a team only because it's more of a research night than what it is a ghost hunt night, if you get what I mean.
Yeah. Did you ever do sort of the venues with guests?
Yeah, we've done a few. We've done Harrods Readout Fort with guests. We've done Rothman Tower with guests.
Yeah.
We've done Hitchin British School Museum with guests. So yeah, we've got a few. We've got a few coming up next year, which we might have a few guests, but we're trying to keep it as small group as guests as possible with more teams.
Yeah. So let's bring Keith and Katie in then, because they're sitting all nice and quiet there.
They're shy.
How do you find it with guests? I know me and Jenna got our opinions.
Yeah. I mean, for me personally, I find it quite exciting because they can bring something new to the table, if you like. We obviously interact with them all the way through all the investigations, from the start, the introduction. There was one where we did Landguard, and one of the guys didn't believe in any of it. And he said, "Oh, why don't you come along because she made me?" And by the end of the night, he'd been converted. He'd been pushed, and he couldn't work it out. And so yeah, he said, thanks for letting me come along. But yeah, so sometimes it can be difficult. It can be difficult, especially if nothing's happening and you've got a room full of guests and you never make anything happen, obviously. But we do say it up from the outset, if nothing happens, nothing happens, But when we're doing lives as well, we had a classic at the Old Nick where we did a live for about an hour and a half and nothing happened. We were just walking around and we turned the cameras off and it all kicked off.
That's soft law, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, we don't. Personally, public, absolutely no issues at all. Yeah, great, come along. Yeah.
Okay, I'll thought Steve's gone dark.
Where he is. I don't know if anybody else has got it. It's very stuttery. The sound's gone stuttery. Is it?
No,
there is a hum.
Oh,
I don't know. Let me see where it's coming from.
What do you mean?
Turn your sound up, Steve. I can't hear you.
Okay. Okay. That hum is actually coming from Pete and Mel.
Oh, is it?
Oh,
Yeah, because if I turn if I turn them off,
always one.
yeah, that's quiet.
Oh, Yeah,
That's
better.
perfect. Leave it like that.
We actually had this the other night. I can't remember which one night it was, and one of the girls on the screen, she didn't have earplugs, so it was very echoey.
Right.
So when she weren't talking, I just turned it off, and I thought, oh, that's. I did actually make a comment, didn't I, Jane? I said,
Yeah.
that's so great. I wish I'd got one of these buttons at home.
Yes.
So I can just turn the voice volume off. Not that she's hopefully not watching.
I take it they can still hear us though, can they?
You can, yeah, everyone can hear you.
Excellent. Sorry about that, Pete. Only
Yeah.
joking.
Michelle says it was me. Yes, it was Michelle. So bless her, she kept putting her hand up when she wanted to say something. So then I brought the microphone back in.
Oh,
That's the power at my fingertips, you see.
excellent.
Okay, Steve, let's ask you a question. Okay, we're on about guests.
Yeah.
Have you ever had on a public event an awkward guest?
More awkward than you,
Yeah.
Steve.
Pete's the awkward one. No, we haven't had any awkward. I don't think we have we, guys? I'm not aware of an awkward guest. They've all been really good.
Yeah,
To be honest,
yeah.
I do have my reservations about guests because you
Yeah.
feel you want. I don't want to be selfish, but you kind of want to like Pete was saying, you want to research, but then you feel to a little degree. Please don't take this the wrong way, that you're having to babysit them. You know.
Yeah.
You know, and that's been. And also from a security point of view, because when these people along, you don't know them. We've got lots of expensive equipment, and me personally, I just worry whether it could possibly not be there at the end of the night. You know, that's my concern about guests. But we've not seen any. It's just my brain working overtime. You know,
Yeah.
making up
Yeah.
scenarios.
I did lose a cat ball once, Steve.
You what? Sorry.
I lost a cat ball once at Welsh Ball.
Oh, not kids. Jeez.
Now you're really on about the expensive stuff, ain't you, the cat ball? Okay, you got a question, Jane, for the guys?
Yeah. What role does everybody play in the team? Do you have a medium? Do you have a tech guy? You know, what role does everybody play in your team?
I'm skeptic. And I'm a little bit techie, but then so's Keith. You're techie, aren't you? We don't have a medium. We've been asked this so many times.
Yeah.
Maybe something as a group we might need to look at in the future. We don't have sort of a resident medium.
No,
We have a couple come along to a few of our events. April, she seems to pick up on quite a lot.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah, for a medium, no, we haven't got one. We've got a really strong skeptic, if that helps. But yeah, maybe it's something we need to look forward in the future for. But at the minute, it works for us the way we are at the minute. I think it does work at the minute.
Yeah, that's
a small group, and it's early days for us, really, isn't it?
well, that's the important thing, though, isn't it? We've said this to everyone has come on. Just because we do things different to another team, that's our way. We don't say our way is the right way or the best way. It's just the way that we do it.
Yeah.
If other people like to use all the equipment with no medium, that's their way. So, but we all sort of do the same thing, but in different ways, don't we?
Indeed.
Yeah, we're all after the same thing, Neil, basically. We're all after some answers, the evidence, the research. As I said, it's not a right way or a wrong way about it. It's the way we feel comfortable for yourself and your team. The way you conduct yourself and the way you go about investigations.
Yeah, definitely.
So who has the job of trawling through all the footage?
I do the audio.
Yeah,
I trawl through the audio, and I'm still doing stuff from because we do a lot of audio.
Yeah.
It's
we do our own recordings, like Keith does the audio, I do some footage, plus the lives and so on. A lot of our stuff goes live on Facebook.
Yeah.
So our eyes and ears are with the people watching as well at home. So
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah. That's I remember when we used to do the investigations and the guest nights, going through all them 4 cameras of footage, all the hours and hours of audio. It used to do my head in. I admit it. That's why we only do live shows, don't we? We only do live feeds, and because all we do now is basically press record on the camera, do it, press stop, and we're finished. Apart from some EVPs that we leave running. I remember when we first started, I don't know if you can remember this, Jane, when we first started the centre, we heard footsteps on the landing. So we left a voice recorder for 8 hours. Of course, listening through 8 hours of mainly nothing. It's mind blowing. And of course, you've got to be switched on all the time, haven't you? Otherwise, you'll miss something, and that's really fantastic. So we do try. Well, I try and steer clear of that something.
We use software that sort of tells you if there's something happening. So you get like a graph with peaks and say.
Yeah, well, actually, quite a few teams now are using those wildlife cameras that only record when it detects movement.
Steve got one.
I've got one.
Yeah. So that's quite handy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's put some comments.
4K, they're good quality.
Yeah, let's put some comments up because we're getting a few. I think this is for you, Jane, from Barry, who's a regular. I see a lot of mixed orbs in my flat, guys. It does pee me off big time. I've told them to leave. They are still here. They say they are family members. So what do you say to Barry then, Jane?
Well, just try acknowledging them, and generally, once you've acknowledged them, the activity tends to die down because the activity is sort of ramped up a bit because they're trying to get your attention. So if you just acknowledge them and tell them that you know that they're there and you know everything's fine, then hopefully it will die down for you.
Good advice. Okay, and Ant's supposed to be at work tonight. Obviously, he's working really hard. And says, how do you find conducting an investigation from the skeptic's view? So obviously that's to you, Steve. You're the team skeptic.
Without sounding like a troll, I think it's important to have a skeptic there just to keep the balance. To be honest, I'm not there to, poo-poo anything or just disregard anything, but I think it's important. It's very, very easy. You've only got to watch the programs on the television. I was watching one yesterday. I'd not seen it before. Was it today? This morning? And they were talking. They were in a hotel, and they were talking to apparently Thomas Hardy and Oliver Cromwell in the same hotel, right?
That's clever.
They were saying something. They were saying something, and then you could hear the volumes ramped right up, and there was nothing there. But all of a sudden, all these words were coming up at the bottom of the screen, supposedly what was being said. And I think it's just really important that somebody's there just to stop people from going off on a tangent. And just so all of a sudden they're saying that, then something else is said, potentially said. I'm going off on a tangent myself here, but
that's fine.
I just think I think I'll just leave it at that. I think it's really important as a balance, as a counterbalance to the. It's very easy to get hyped up about something. In my own view, other views are available, but in my view, it's very easy to get carried away by something, and I'm just there pulling you under. Do
you guys agree with that?
Sorry, say again. Sorry.
Do the other guys agree with that?
I don't know. I don't care.
I think it's good to have someone like Steve in the team because you can, especially if there's public and everyone starts getting not hysterical, but everyone gets hyped, as he said. We went to a place and the curtains were moving and God knows what else, and they're all getting excited. I said, "Well, guys, the door's open. Let's shut the door." You shut the door, it stopped. You know.
Something I really hate to see. I don't watch many of the TV shows because
Yeah.
I just don't watch them. I don't like them. Is when they use the spirit box, and our spirit boxes do my head in.
Right.
Okay, after about 10 minutes, I've had enough of the spirit box. But when they hear there's a change in the spirit box and they put the wording at the bottom, that does my head in, because as soon as they say it says such and such or get out, and you listen to it again, you can hear get out, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah, you hear it in your mind. It's set, isn't it?
Yeah, even though you didn't hear it in the first place, but as soon as they put that suggestion into your head, you hear it.
Yeah.
Have you seen that TikTok that's been kicking around where there's a woman, she stood there and there's two sets of words above her. One says green onions or something and the other says red tomato, something like that. And whichever one you look at, you hear that, you hear it.
Yeah.
And they're completely different words, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit of that's a little bit of that. You hear what's you're being told to hear, you know.
That's right. It's conditioning, isn't it? That's what
Yes.
TV does. That's what TV does anyway, isn't it? It programs you.
However, we got our best ever to date EVPs at Ruffin Tower when we left it running all night.
Yeah.
We got a 5-way conversation, and it's recorded, and there's nobody in that room.
Brilliant.
Yeah. I'll happily send it over to you.
Yeah, please. What was interesting?
Absolutely
stuff.
fascinating.
Okay, here's a comment from our boss. Amy, get the all out for that chair, because my chair's a bit squeaky. Okay then Ant's really working hard by the sounds of it. Does it change your methods having a skeptic?
No.
No.
I don't know. It makes me more scientific in my approach. I don't believe all the heebie-jeebie stuff. I want to see it, I want to hear it, I want to smell it, I want to feel it. And to date, I can pretty much apportion most things that I've seen down to something very real world, you know? So whether it changes my views, I'm not into the spiritual side of things. I'm not into... I don't know about the medium side, to be honest. I've got very little experience, but I'm more of the scientific approach. That's my methodology, the scientific. You know, I want to record it. I want to video it. I want to see it full spectrum. I want to see it infrared. I want to see it full body apparition. I'm after the Holy Grail, really. I suppose that's what I want. But that's only going to come through a scientific approach, in my view.
Yeah. Okay.
That's my method.
Yeah. Here's a good question. I'll ask all of you this one. Jen says, where's your favourite place to investigate? Let's start with Katie, because she's sitting very quiet.
Ooh, okay. My favourite place that I've been to investigate would have to be, for the most activity, and it was my first real investigation with my dad. We went to 30 East Drive. And I know it's a bit cliche, and a lot of people say the same, but that's where we went for our first real investigation, just the two of us. And that's where I really started to believe, was at 30 East Drive. We had quite a lot of activity happen there that I can't explain still to this day. And everyone that I've spoken to, they've said similar things have happened to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So really.
Okay, then what about you, Keith?
Myself.
Yep.
It'd have to be the ancient ramming.
Right.
Went there, and in the attic room, I got told to get out. Clearly said he might get out. Somebody started screaming and ran out. Wasn't me. And we had things thrown at us as well. And I'm a bit like Steve on that front. If you're with a group of people, because this is before Paracom, etc., and if you're with a group of people you've never met before, I'm quite sceptical, you know, in that respect. And we're all holding hands standing there, and we're all accounted for, and stuff was getting thrown. Yeah, so that was quite an interesting night. very interesting. Yeah.
That's interesting. Those two locations.
Yes.
Okay, let's move over to Mel. What's your favourite location?
I think one of my favourite locations would be Harwich Redoubt Fort. That was
Okay.
one of the first places that we'd been to. We've got a few sort of like EVPs there. There was an EVP that said "Protect Us," wasn't there? And one that there was like the sound of a bell. And I think when you get like an EVP that you can't explain, I think that's quite, it's one of the best sort of evidence that you can get.
Yeah.
So I think Harwich is probably one of my favourite. Probably the most scariest I've been to is Great Flow Tunnels. Yeah.
What about you, Pete? Your favourite?
I would say today my favourite, where we've got quite a lot, would be the old Nick in Gainsborough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I love that place. It's great. It is great. I mean, we've had some great evidence of that place. And the last time we went was a very interesting evening. Jumping off board, sounds of chains or keys. It was a strange evening. Yeah, it's a great place to go to.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, what about you, Steve? Your favourite location?
Well, I've had the longest to think about it, haven't I?
Yeah.
I liked, from the early days of my paranormal investigating, when I was at Toll House Jail in Great Yarmouth. Is it Great Yarmouth?
Yeah.
I think it's Great Yarmouth. Keith, do you remember the Ouija board was going mental, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Remember that? Do you remember?
I do.
That was really good. But going back to what Pete just said about the old Nick, I probably have had the most. We've been there a couple of times now. Was it three
or four? Yeah.
I can't remember. But what I liked about there was when I go back to talking about, I like to see scientific evidence. Do you remember that time when we was in the cell and we had the REM pod and your SLS camera?
Yeah.
And we picked up that stick person in the corner and we asked them to bend over and touch the REM pod. And you clearly saw the stick figure lean over and touch the REM pod. And then the REM pod went off. So we had two completely independent pieces of electronic equipment interacting with each other. And that's what does it for me. That's
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll go back to 30 East Drive then. Did you try the chips? down the end of the road at 30 East Drive, there's a chip shop.
No. Hotel
Best chips in the country.
Really?
Yeah.
Go back then.
Yeah.
No brain.
If you go back, you've got to try the chips.
We will.
I'll say this to everybody. Okay, you got a question, Jane?
Yeah. What was your best piece of evidence that you've ever captured, and how did you capture it?
I think, as I said before, it was like a conversation between 5 people at Ruffin Tower. One of them was female voice as well, and it was an American accent. And Ruffin Tower is a US AF.
What are we going to do with them? That one, Keith.
Yeah. And it said kill them.
What are we going to do with them? Yeah, that one.
But that was absolutely fascinating. There's nobody in that room. And
we'd all gone off for a cup of coffee, haven't we? We'd all left the building. The recorder hears the door slam at the bottom of Ruffin Tower as we've all left it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Yeah.
Of course, you've never been to the centre yet, though, so you've not been to the best place.
Where's that?
We want to go. We
want to go there.
Yeah.
Hopefully next year, when we get sued back to some sort of normality.
Yeah, we'll get days with you.
Okay, Michelle says, do you have a selection of teams you team up to do investigations with? I would like to team up with other groups, and that's the whole point of this Parameet, is to get other teams getting to know each other. So do you just stick to the same sort of teams that you investigate with?
No.
God, there's been a few, hasn't there? Keith, Wednesbury.
So many.
Yeah.
And like
Willows.
before, everyone works so differently, so it's really great to work with so many different teams.
Yeah, we're learning all the time.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
That's
So
such a great bunch, aren't they? Everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone we've worked with and everyone we've met thus far has been lovely.
Yeah. Brilliant.
yeah, it's nice to meet different people, isn't it?
Well, you're all
Absolutely.
like-minded, aren't you? And so when did you start talking to them? You've instantly got this common interest.
Yeah.
So you kind of bond really quickly. You know, it's great.
Yeah.
Really,
Yeah.
it's really easy.
Okay, let's put Biff's comment up. Biff's actually watching on YouTube, which is great. Biff says, we've stopped watching channel as they put up the word and say it said such and such 100%. And we're looking at each other as we never heard it. If you need to put it on screen, it's not 100%.
100%. 100%. Totally agree, Biff.
Very true, you say.
I think Abigail's agreeing. It's the power of suggestion.
Absolutely.
Yeah, agreed.
Yes. Yes.
Words into you.
Yeah, you're hearing what you're seeing, basically. Yeah.
So what do you think to photos when they put big circles around things?
Kind of similar
Yeah.
in many ways. If you've got to show someone what's been said or show someone where the image is, it's not that. That's mega skeptical me coming out. You know, it's not that great an evidence. You know, if
Yeah.
you're having to tell somebody whether it be verbally, whether it be audio or video, it's not that strong a piece of evidence. Same again, isn't it? Same, but
Yeah.
different. Whether it be video or audio, it's the same.
Yeah. Abigail says, same for me. It's the RAM.
Ah, good.
That's interesting.
Yeah, good place.
Yeah, we've actually been to the 30 East Drive and the RAM, but everyone knows our opinion.
Okay. I think Casey got scratched at 30 East Drive. That's
Yeah.
what converted them.
I had
Yeah.
3 fingernails on the top of my back, diagonal right down to the bottom, and it was just me and my dad in the room, sat apart, and I just can't explain it.
Yeah. I think 30 East Drive especially, it's a bit like Marmite, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You either love it or you think, no, I'm not going back again. And it all depends on the night. You know, we all know
Oh,
you can go some places and get absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
It just so happens that Jane and I have been twice, and both nights we got nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of teams go to 30 East Drive and get nothing, though, haven't there?
Yeah.
They do the same thing, really. They say, like, it's a bit of a con, really, and it's. But as you say, it depends what sort of energy you take to the players. I mean, if you go there with a negative energy, you're going to get nothing, really. But it's, I suppose it swings and roundabouts. I mean, you could, as you know, Neil, you could sit probably in your centre and sit there and get nothing all night, and then you'll go back the following week and get absolutely loads of evidence coming through.
Yeah. Having said that, though, Pete, I'm not bragging or anything, but no team has been to the centre in almost 3 years that we've been open and got absolutely nothing.
Excellent.
But I'm not bragging.
Yeah.
It's just I'm a little bit biased, but it's the best place in the world.
You've gauntlet down now, then, haven't you? Challenge is there.
Yeah.
Okay, and again, he's slaving away, look. And says, if you could investigate anywhere in the world, where would it be?
Good question.
We're going to start with Steve this time because we gave him time to think last time. Anywhere in the world, Steve?
One of those asylums in America look good, don't they? They seem to throw up a hospital, somewhere where, you know, it's historically. You want to go somewhere where you're going to get lots of activity.
Yeah.
Out of all the different types of locations, for me, hospitals or some kind of, you know, lunatic asylum, you know, somewhere like that. And when what those kids called in America, their brother and sister, Destination Fear. They've been to some good places.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of those mental.
I like how you're saying it, the way the loonies go.
That's all you know.
He's probably been there many a times.
Okay then, Mel, where would you like to go in the world?
I'd probably like to go somewhere like the Tower of London.
Yeah.
Anywhere else really.
Okay. Yeah, Tower London. I think everyone would like to
I think that'd be
spend
wouldn't it?
the evening in Tower London.
Gig to get.
Okay, Pete, what about you?
Probably the catacombs in France.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, good call.
I'd love to go there.
Going there next year, Pete.
Have you booked it, Keith? Have you?
Yeah.
They're tier 5.
We were meant to be going this year, but it got cancelled. So we've got to wait till next July, yeah.
But yeah, I'd love to go there. I'd love to investigate down there.
Yeah. Okay, Keith.
Alcatraz for me.
Yeah, that's a firm favourite of the people we've asked.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Apparently that's closing though.
Is it really?
That's what we heard last night.
Ah.
Better get there quick then.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just got that mystique, hasn't it? And the history of it as well. That'd be something special, I think.
Okay, Katie.
We've got this book, hopefully, fingers crossed, for next year. Warwick Castle. Really looking forward to do that. Yeah, that's top of my list. So I'm really hoping that goes ahead next year. I've been we've had a look around, but to do it at night would be something completely.
We've actually been there a couple of times, haven't we, Jane?
Yeah, we have.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
Was it good?
The only downside to Warwick Castle is you don't get the whole castle.
Okay.
You don't get the Great Hall. Well, we did the 2 times we went. And if you're really unfortunate, there'll be a wedding there the same night. But it was an interesting place, wasn't it, Jane?
Yeah, it was. I mean, we were only allowed to go in a couple of areas, weren't we? So it was quite restrictive. So you know, I think it would have been better if we could have got a little bit more access to some of the areas.
Yeah. But it's a cool location. You know, you look at Warwick House and you think that's got to be haunted, hasn't it?
It's got to be.
Yeah. Okay, a few more comments.
Really, with a bit of history, you're going to think it's haunted.
Yeah. Abigail says the centre is active.
Looking forward to it.
Viv says, got to agree, the centre never fails, always activity.
Perfect.
Michelle, she said, just like your page.
Thank you.
I think that's you guys. Abigail says Queen Mary for me.
Oh, good shout.
That's another good one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Willie says Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh yeah, Zach Bagan. Yeah.
Ooh. So okay, you mentioned Zach Bagans.
Yeah.
Bilbo's uncle Zach. Would you like to go to his museum and investigate there?
So I was actually in Vegas in February before lockdown.
Yeah.
I went for my friend's birthday, and she is not a believer, and she doesn't want to go anywhere scary or anything like that. So I didn't get a chance to go. I'm so upset knowing now that we went into lockdown that I had the opportunity. I was right there and I should have went, but I did want to go on my own. So yes, I would really like to go, but not on my own.
What about all the others? Would you fancy Zach's museum?
I don't know how much he played up to the camera. And that other cameraman guy that's with him, Alec, what was his name? The bald-headed bloke with the beard. What's his name?
Oh, sorry, with a beard. Sorry.
But it's all a bit, I don't know, it's a bit comical. It's a bit, I can't take it that personally. So I don't know how much of a, I'd go there massively skeptical.
Yeah.
Being me, sorry.
That's fine.
I want to know.
See if it lives up to the to what it's supposed to be. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's been hyped up so much, I'd like to go there just to find out whether it is exactly
it's like a lot of places. You've got to go just to find out for yourself, haven't you?
Yeah.
I want to meet Theodore.
He's done it somehow.
Yeah, he's raking the money in.
Yeah, definitely.
So, is there anywhere where you wouldn't investigate?
Well, we're very respectful as a group, you know.
Personally, I'd go anywhere.
Anywhere that I wouldn't.
No, see, I'm just like, if it's there, I'd like to investigate it. Basically, I haven't got, apart from when I get tabbed on a jumper, I've not really got any fears in it. I'd go to anywhere, so it doesn't really bother me.
So do you get scared at all?
You answer that one.
Only when things happen, and before lockdown, it always seemed to be me that was picking up me, and there was a few times that I got a bit jumpy. I'm not gonna lie. I couldn't swear. I'm not going to swear on your show, Neil, but yeah, I had a few things happen to me, but which left me a little bit jumpy. But yeah, I'd go back there. It wouldn't bother me.
Yeah. You screamed at the old Nick, didn't you?
I did, mate. Yeah.
Jumped out your chair.
That's on our Facebook page and YouTube as well, that one. That's classic.
Okay, here's a good question from Biff. Biff says, if you can investigate with a fictional character, who would it be? That's a good question. I know mine.
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes.
God, that's an hard one, that one, Biff.
Yeah, you get thinking as well, Jane, because I'm going to ask you this question as well. So.
Fictional character.
Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo, that's a good one. Yeah, Scooby-Doo's a good one. Okay, yeah. Jane, have you thought of a fictional character?
I was going to say Scooby-Doo.
It's got to be Scooby-Doo, isn't it?
No,
Egon. Amy says Egon from Ghostbusters.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because you're fortunate dog biscuits.
Biff then says, I'd investigate with Casper.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, friendly guy.
He's friendly.
Okay, Willie says, who wants to go to the second best haunted museum when we have the best one in the UK? Thanks, Willie.
Very good point. Yeah. Good point.
So, have you ever witnessed anything really? I don't like the word demonic in your investigations.
We went to Redoubt Fort.
Yeah.
And this our second visit, and the guy thought it was our first visit. So he said, "Oh, everyone's really friendly here. It's all friendly. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing." We were in the cell, and Pete was leading the spirit board session, and we had to stop it. Do you remember that, Pete?
Yeah, he was starting to spread out the D word, wasn't it? So we had to close it down. And
yeah, we got all the way to I, the EVI, and then we stopped it. And it was that point a door slammed, I remember.
Yeah.
That's the only time for me, to be honest.
I mean, we had the same place in Harwich. We went to one of the rooms, got the spirit box out, and
in the bucket room.
Yeah, in the bucket room, and we asked him calling out, and then we had come through. It was Lucifer come through, and straight away we had a couple of public members of public with us, and straight away I just hushed them out of the room. Just we left that room.
So you mentioned Ouija boards then. So what's your thoughts on Ouija boards? Because it's a very touchy subject in the paranormal, isn't it? Some people hate them. Some people think they don't work. Some people say they won't ever touch them. A lot of people come to the centre on a Saturday and they say they're scared stiff of them, and we tell them our opinions. So what are your opinions? Do you think they're the gateway to hell, like they get portrayed on Hollywood?
I've got to call it a spirit board because Jen's listening.
Oh, Jen, don't
Okay.
Or she'll tell me off. We have witnessed spirit boards where there seems to be a little bit too coincidental, if you know what I'm saying. Where it's going to, and I've stepped back from that particular situation. We've now bought we've got a spirit board now with like an anti-cheat on it.
Right.
If you put too much pressure on the planchette, it will tip.
Yeah.
People say, it's subconsciously putting pressure and pushing it. It will tip, so you'll know it's pressure being put on, etc. Also, we use our fingernails on them.
Yeah.
So you can't push anyway.
Yeah.
That's what we say. Do I believe in them? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Planchette with the, I think it's a first, isn't it?
Say it again, Steve.
Pete's planchette.
Yes, the first. We've got the first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I worked with Andy in to make up a planchette, which has got a built-in EMF on it.
Yeah.
So if anything is moving the planchette, it should pick up the energy through the EMF.
Is that with Andy?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we know Andy.
So I come up with it, put it to Andy, and he's made a prototype for me. So I've got it at the moment. I've got it.
Okay.
I think he's going to put them out on general sale in January. So it's a great bit of kit. I have actually given it a go in my work.
Yeah.
And I've got a little bit in my work, but I can't wait to get out properly and use it. It's great.
Cool, brilliant. Let's put some more comments up. I've got to put Willie's comment up. I was talking about Nottingham, Neil. Only joking. I can easily fall out with people, Willie. I know you're only joking, mate. Okay. Karen says, I only like going on Ouija boards or talking boards at the centre. Yeah, because we at the centre we did start before the lockdown. We did start doing talking board nights when people can come and do it safely, and just have a go.
Have you had a lot come through on spirit boards at the centre, have you?
Yeah, we have loads, and also during the first lockdown, all them months and months ago, because I was getting bored, we did talking board sessions down at mine and Julie's house. People said I'm mad, but I said, look, my intent is just to allow our family members to come through first on the first night, and that's all that come through. The second night, we only allowed our spirit guides to come in, and that's all that came through. The third night, we invited nice spirits from the centre to come down, because we know they come and pay us a visit anyway, and that's all that came down. So, however, because we believe, don't we, Jane, it's all down to your intent.
Yeah.
However, when Jane is back at the centre, we are going to do a talking board in front of our arch mirror, which is a portal in the sound room, but we're going to open it to all evil, aren't we, Jane?
Yeah.
So we're going to see what happens. See what happens then.
One of the other things as well is we never close any of the boards in the centre, so they're always permanently open, and they're always permanently sort of charged with energy. So once we start working with them, they sort of we can hit the ground running, and we get good results straight away.
Yeah.
because we're very lucky with the centre, you see. So we can, the first experiment we've done, Jane, was that over 2 years ago?
Yeah.
In the witch's room, and that's been ongoing for 2 years. This particular experiment, because we can do that here. It's not like other teams go to a location, but they might not go back for another year.
Yeah.
We can do, and that's what we do with our Ouija boards. If teams don't want to use our boards, that's fine. We'll just put them away. But quite a few teams ask if they can use it. Not many, because they're a bit nervous about it. But
oh, we will. Whoa!
Yeah, we use them all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you open and close yours?
Yeah, we do.
It is very different when you got guests. I admit that. But we are very lucky.
Well, that's why you're so active, isn't it? If you're leaving your boards open, that's probably why the whole place is so active, isn't it? So,
yeah. Cheyenne says I wouldn't touch the spirit board. That's fine. Everyone is does things their way. A lot of people won't touch it. What surprises me though, on a Saturday when we're open to the general public, it tends to be the wife comes up who's really interested in paranormal, and the husband gets dragged along. Total skeptics, don't believe any of this, but I've just come for her, that type of thing.
Yeah.
You get talking to them. This has happened loads of time, hasn't it, Jane? And we'll say, would you ever go on a Ouija board? Oh no, I wouldn't touch them. And you think, why not? You don't believe it, so why wouldn't?
What are you scared of?
So that is very confusing.
Don't believe it, you know.
And let's put this comment up. Irene from Tokyo.
Wow.
Watching. Thank you very much.
Hi.
Jen says, I love my spirit board.
Jen's got a lovely spirit board.
Lovely. Yeah.
Yeah. I've just started a collection actually. I'm a bit jealous of Cameron from Haunted Houses the other night. He said he's got 48.
Wow.
48 Ouija boards.
Yeah.
I was a bit jealous of Cameron. Okay, let's put Willie's comment up. The one me and Paul and Dan did that night was when we recorded was great, when the planchette kept getting pushed off the board. Yeah. Have you ever been using a talking board, spirit board, and the glass has been sort of thrown off it?
Indeed. We had we were at the Gallows of Justice in a room just off the kitchen, and I think there's a bed in there, I think, wasn't there, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
And there's a wooden table and about 6 of us, and basically we were asking questions and it was going to yes, no, etc. And then it just started spinning out of control, and the guy said, whatever you do, don't touch it. And he flew off the table. That was it. We had control over that. Well, we didn't, but yeah, that was quite interesting. That's the only time it's ever happened really for me.
Yeah. Okay. Biff says, we swore we'd never go on a Ouija board, but try and stop us now. As Neil says, it's all down to intent. The first time Biff and his wife Karen went on the Ouija board, it was up here one night, and I think they sort of doubted them, as did I a year ago. I doubted them, but the evidence we got on that board that night was amazing. They told us, this gentleman told us what item he was connected to. He says he didn't want it to leave the centre because he was happy being here.
Yeah.
And he told us where, because we sell some antiques as well. So he told us what cabinet this watch was in. And he told it, and there's 3 watches. He told us which watch. He told us everything about it. And his name. And we had a break and we Googled this soldier's name and we found him.
Excellent.
So
I think it's fear as well, isn't it? The unknown.
Hollywood has got a lot of responsibility about these Ouija boards, because until 1973 in The Exorcist, Ouija boards were a parlour game, weren't they?
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. Suddenly, just it's a problem. You go to every investigation, even if everyone uses Ouija boards now or spirit boards.
Okay, a couple of comments. Irene says, I don't need anything. I have a gift which I can hear goes talk to me, and I can gain information that way. I have helped spirits cross over and children too.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
good.
great.
Very good.
Abby says, once a friend was using a board on top of a glass table and the table shattered.
Wow.
Ooh.
That's a good one. But again, you see, you've got to, obviously we weren't there, so we don't know about the atmosphere.
Yeah.
No. Glass does shatter, I don't know. And Biff says that was 20th September, and that's the day he died. That's come on the Ouija board.
Ah.
So it's all stuff.
So what do you guys think about protection? Do you use protection? This sounds so bad. Do you use protection?
There's a bit of a theme going on. There's a bit of a theme going on. Bit of a theme going on in this Parameet about protection.
My advice, guys and girls, is always use protection.
Sorry.
Spiritual protection, guys. So
when I first started, I used to use protection.
Married now.
As we go on through the night, no, I'm joking. When we first started investigations, we used to use protection, but it's
Not
yeah,
now.
no, we don't really do it now. We don't go in and surround ourselves in a bubble of light. And no, it's a point of you can. The longer you do investigations, you know how much you can open yourself up. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, I don't really use protection. I mean, we have crystals and sometimes one around the neck. But apart from that, no, we don't surround ourselves with bubbles of light and stuff like that.
What about you guys though? What do you think about protection? Do you?
Well, okay, we'll pass that one. We'll pass that one to Jane then. Tell us about our protection, Jane.
Well, at the centre, we don't, or Neil and I don't use any protection. We don't sort of engage.
Spiritual protection.
We're just perverts.
We because we are a research centre, we want to be fully open to to experience any activity that we can to its full potential. And we'll never really stop. If things are getting a bit dicey or we're things are getting a bit negative, then we still don't stop, because obviously we want to try and push it as far as we can. And so for us, we don't want to limit or restrict any spiritual activity. I mean, when people come up to the centre, obviously we'll look after anybody that wants protection or feels uncomfortable, and we'll always make sure that when people leave, they're totally happy and they're in the right frame of mind, that sort of thing. So we will look after everybody, but again, we've already said this in one of the other nights. We do any experiments that we do the risk assessments. We know each other very well. We can watch each other's body language, and if in the slightest change where things start to take a turn for the worse, then we can step in and sort them out as soon as we feel it's necessary. But even then, we will still take it as far as we can. Sometimes when Neil's been overshadowed, I have left him for a bit, to try and talk to the spirit that's there, through Neil and that sort of thing. So we don't automatically pull people out the room or do that sort of thing. We will take it to the limit and take it as far as we can to learn as much as we can, with that activity.
Yeah, so that happened to you at Hitchin, Keith, didn't it? You got channeled through it at Hitchin.
I did, and I still don't know what happened there. And coincidentally, Steve was in the room. We were in a classroom, and there was footsteps walking up and down the classroom. And all I remember is I started giggling and laughing, and then I was completely out of it, and I got woken up.
Yeah.
And
plus you see, we have total confidence in Jane.
Yes.
So we know that Jane knows what's going on.
Yeah.
So I've got total faith in Jane, and I've been overshadowed 2 or 3 times now, I think it is. I know Jane can get the spirit out anyway. So
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's put this comment up from Ben. You and Jane no protection, just Julie no. Julie's my wife.
In fact, as well, we even go as far as to not really allow protection in some of the rooms. You know, on one of the recent things when they were opening a spirit box, you know, one of these wax box, somebody brought in some holy water and something else, and no, we did say that you can't use that in this room. If you want to use it on yourselves or use it for anything, you've got to sort of more or less take it out of the building, because people have brought protection in before. They've done stuff like this, and it has had an effect on the rooms in there if people are starting to use too much, because you're just sort of pushing all the spirit out to the, you know, out, pushing them out. So,
can I ask you guys what you think about the skull experiment?
The what experiment? Sorry.
The skull experiment.
I don't know about that one.
So I didn't quite catch that.
The skull experiment. It went on for years in a place called Norfolk, and looks very interesting. I mean, I've seen a documentary on it, and a lot of things were happening in there. I was just wondering if you're aware of it and what your thoughts on it were.
Yeah, I have heard of it. It's very interesting, and it was very controlled, wasn't it?
It was so controlled that when they got the film for the camera, they got scientists from outside, and they turned up in a box and they brought it, and it was very, very controlled.
It was. Kodak turned up, didn't they? Kodak turned up with the film. People from Kodak.
They
all sealed, and then Kodak took it away. The film wasn't even put in the camera, was it?
No, that's right. It was in a box.
There was stuff actually on the camera. It didn't go into a camera. It was phenomenal.
I find it absolutely fascinating. I don't understand it, but I find it fascinating.
But it's very controlled. It was all in that one room, wasn't it? They went down the room.
Anyway, guys, unfortunately, it's 8 o'clock. That hour's flown by again.
Yeah.
I just want to say thanks so much for being a part of this Parameet.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking us.
Yeah, it's our pleasure, and hopefully we'll all keep in touch, and the other thing is we'll get in touch with you. So now I'm going to kick you out.
Thanks for coming along, guys, and Happy New Year to you all.
And
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Okay, that's just kick them from the studio. I'm just waiting for Linda to join us.
Okay, I'm just going to nip for a quick break, and I need a cushion for me back, so I'm just going to grab a quick cushion.
Okay, right, guys. Hope you enjoyed another interesting conversation with Team Paracom. I'm just waiting for Linda Brooks to join us in the studio, and then we'll carry on. If you got any questions after the first section, let us know. Here's Linda. Hello, Linda.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Not too bad at all, thank you very much.
long time no see.
Gosh, it's been a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's scary.
So long it's took me a while to figure out how to get StreamYard to work. I'm out to practice.
Okay, Jane's just nipped to the little girl's room.
Yep, no problem.
I will have to go after this one.
Oh dear.
That's the trouble with 5 hours. This
is it, exactly. That's true.
It's hard work, but we're having a great time. We're meeting lots of nice people.
Great.
Obviously,
I was going to say, from the shows that I've seen so far, they've really been brilliant. You know, I think it's something that the paranormals really needed, to be honest. You know, having smaller teams, having, you know, a platform to actually, you know, speak about the teams a little bit and give a bit of information about each of them and what they do and where they are based and everything, you know. I think it's really good.
That's the whole point of the Parameet, because
the
well-known people I mean that nicely, have got
Yes.
their platforms, you know, with MJ's Paracon, you know, the well-known speakers.
Yes.
And I know Karen Frey is doing the festival Unexplained next year with well-known speakers. I just thought it's nice to get the known people, the people.
Yeah.
No, we don't know all is our Jane back. We don't know all the team, so we're meeting with different people as well.
Yes.
Let's put some comments up. Colette says hi, Linda.
Hi, Colette.
Viv says good evening, Linda.
Evening, Viv. Hope you're keeping well.
And our Bloss says hi, Linda.
Hi, Bloss.
And then
Hi,
Abby
Jane.
says, Neil, it's fantastic. Thank you. I'm glad you're all enjoying it.
Definitely.
Okay, then. So, if anyone doesn't know you, Linda, tell everyone who you are and your team and how you started, that sort of thing.
Okay. For those that don't know who I am, my name is Linda Brooks. I'm co-founder of Brooks Paranormal. We are a small team that's based in Nottingham. We've been going now since 2017. How we came about initially, there was just the two of us. That was myself and my older son Jordan, who is the other co-founder of the team. We joined together. Basically, it came about because we were going on events, as you do. A lot of them were obviously big events companies that were running local events to where we lived. We went on them, and after a few times, we sort of like started to realise that you can't really get a proper experience on these events. No disrespect to any of the big conglomerates out there, but when you've got 30 to 40 guests in one venue, it is very, very hard, as you can imagine, to correlate and get information and gather evidence when you're doing it, for that purpose. So obviously, after a while of doing this, we decided to go ahead and set up our own team. As I say, initially we were just the two. We were going out investigating and documenting of evidence, capturing EVPs, video recordings, etc., as you do. And then after a while, we decided then after, so many months of doing it, we decided perhaps we ought to really give other people an opportunity of having the same experience that we were having, with connecting with spirit and getting, them to react and interact with us as they did. So eventually we decided then to set up an events and get our events up and running so people could join us along this journey. Our events are doing extremely well. We always have regular guests that do attend each and every one of them if they can. And basically we keep the numbers to a maximum between 16 and 20 guests, depending on the venue. If we have a small venue, we will have no more than sort of like 8 to 10 guests in that venue. It's basically purely to get, not to make monetary out of it, because as you well know, there is no money made in the paranormal field. It's not the damn thing. Our main perspective in doing this was basically to allow people to have a more one-to-one experience. So when they came, they weren't getting a load of people, bombarding areas and making stupid noises and, faking things, throwing things at each other and all that sort of thing, which you do get on the other bigger events, because obviously some of them do go out for a quick bit of Dutch courage before they go on them. And obviously then it starts getting to be a little bit foolish as the night goes on because of it. Ours, we obviously don't allow any alcohol at any of our events. If anyone's had any alcohol, they will be refused entry, because we don't think it's fair on people that come on the events to have it ruined by others that don't take it, not seriously, but, that want to actually have that unique experience. So it's fair that they pay their hard-earned money for people to goof around and spoil it for them. That's right. So basically that's where we are at the moment. We're running obviously events, as I say. We do our own team only investigations as well. We do join other teams, so we do obviously get out and about quite a bit.
Yeah.
You know, and we love what we do. We're passionate about what we do, and we love the fact that, you know, we've had so many people who started the journey who are still continuing the journey with us on our events. You know, we think it's brilliant.
Okay, let's put some comments up. Colette says, I love Brooks Paranormal, very professional team, love going on investigation with them.
No, thank you, Colette.
Abby says it's a personal journey.
Absolutely.
Ablos says, if you don't stop scraping that chair, you'll be kneecapped.
You'd be surprised at the amount of people that fidget on these things as well.
It is a bit creaky, I must admit. Michelle says, agree. She was the same as you, Linda.
Yeah.
Louisa says, evening from me and Ben.
Hi, Lou. Hi, Ben.
I think you know this chap. Keith says, hi, Linda. Guess who's watching? And then he says, hi, Claire. Hope you're keeping well. So, okay, Linda, what's your favourite location you've ever investigated?
Oh gosh, there's quite a few, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
I think one of the favourite ones that I can definitely personally say is choice is the Robin Hood in Nottingham, and that's purely because having gone there for over 3 years investigating that building regularly, and having obviously so many experience, so much interaction with the spirits that actually reside in the building as well, and the information that I've got through them has been phenomenal. And that's the reason why I keep going, because, you know, the more, I think it's with any location really, the more you actually go, the more they get more comfortable and more trusting with you, so the more they will come forward, you know. So any location that you go to, it's very, very unlikely that you get a lot of activity, I think, from the first time of stepping in through the door. I think it's a case of building up that trust and keep going back to the venue. The more you go back, they tend to, you know who you are, and they know what you're there for, basically, so that you do find that you will get more evidence by doing that, you know.
Okay, let's put Von says, hi Linda, sorry I'm late, I've got the grandkids here, I'm listening in.
Oh, thank you, Von. Hope you're well.
Thanks for watching, Von. So Robin Hood experience is one of your favorites then?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you've got you know, a spirit that's going back to sort of like mid 16th century, who's telling you all sorts of different things that, you know, about Nottingham Castle, which is not that far from the location itself, and telling you detail of what that castle looks like, what he's seeing through his own eyes, through a window in his room. That window is no longer there. And then for him to tell you that he comes down into the lower end of the building and he can see our time, how it is. I found that absolutely fascinating. You know, it's almost like there's a time slip between his room being in his time and coming downstairs, and then all of a sudden it's ours, you know. So it's really, really fascinating. And, you know, it's been quite interesting for him as well, because he's learned lots from me as I have done from him. So it works both ways.
It is a fascinating building, isn't it?
What's that? Sorry, Jane?
I said it is a fascinating building, because you actually go down, when you go down into the cellar, it is actually dug out of the natural rock, isn't it?
That's right, it is indeed. It's never fails. Every time I go there, I always find that now there are more different spirits that are coming in from different parts of around the castle, around the other buildings locally. You know, you're finding that you're getting more and more people coming forward now, you know. So it's almost like a Pied Piper, you know. They realize that there's people going in there speaking to the spirits in the building, so they all want a piece of the action, so to speak, you know. So you'll find that they'll come in and they'll go, and then they'll say the piece and what have you, and it seems to be a rotating sort of thing, that building is now, you know. And I think that's purely because of the amount of people that, you know, different teams that have been going in there investigating and doing the same thing.
So how many members of your team now?
8 in total, including myself. So we've built up, we've built up a nice team.
Grown well then, isn't it?
Definitely.
As well, one of the most interesting things about your team, most of your team are all mediums, aren't they?
They are, yeah. They all have the ability to connect with spirit, which I'm quite lucky to have, I must say. And it really does help, you know, when doing events, because you're automatically connected with spirit before your guests arrive. So, you know, having that initial connection there straight away, it really does help, you know, because they're not so you know, reserved about coming forward, because they know that they can talk to you and have that rapport already, you know. So, and all you do is just get them to interact that much more by utilizing, obviously, the classic gadgets that you take on these events. And that's purely for the guests' perspective more than ours, to be quite fair. You know, we find that we get so much more evidence ourselves from personal experience and personal communication with spirit.
So do you all tend to sort of work old school, or do you use any tech?
We do both. We do a lot of the times when we're on our own team only events. A lot of the time we don't really utilize the tech as much as we do when we're on public events. To be honest with you, there's many a time where we've took, even on team events, we've took all our gadgets, and I think we've probably took 2 or 3 out of throughout the whole night that we've been investigated, because we don't feel that we need it. You know, it's just sometimes you're wanting that validation, as everyone does, you know, whether you're a medium or not. It's always nice to get them interacting to say, yes, you know, I can touch this, and this is me that's doing this, you know, and just to be able to get that validation, really, which is what we're all seeking for, really, at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, couple more comments. Blas says, that sounds amazing, Linda.
Thank you.
Colette says, it's an amazing place. Went there to Robin experience good activity.
Yeah.
And then she has got to get back to the Salutation Inn.
Definitely. It's one of the ones that I love as well, as the Salutation Inn. It's again a very old place, and it goes back quite a way, the building itself. But again, there's so many layers to that particular building. You know, every time you go there, you know, and I've spent 9 to 12 hours in that building every single night, you know, when I've gone investigating, and we get so much more evidence every time we go there. You know, we've had even down in the caves of the Salutation Inn itself, we've had marbles thrown at us from the little girl that resides down there, you know. We've thrown them back to her, she's thrown them back to us, you know. And then you have the Grumpy Spirit who's down there, who just likes to growl and tell you to get out, basically, because he feels like you're intruding on his space, you know. So, but we live with it. But, yeah.
So do you like returning to locations you've been before, so you can build up the picture?
Definitely, I do, because I think because we're a team that likes our history. You know, our history is the basis of what we do. You know, any building that's got historic or goes back to quite, you know, a long way, that's got obviously a lot of you know, things that possibly could be attached to the building. You know, we always say where there's history, there's always ghosts. You know, because the amount of footfall that's gone through that building over time, there's bound to be something there, you know, that's, you know, not been picked up. And more often than not, they're the sort of buildings that we will go and investigate, you know, because obviously we find that historic buildings are more often ones that a lot of people don't tend to bother with. You know, they go for the more mundane ones that, you know, like Reese Drives and places like that, places that have been done quite a lot by different teams, you know, throughout the time period. More often than not, we like to go to ones that haven't had anyone go through them, or if they have, they're not as many. You know, and there's people that are, you know, who own the buildings, who are a little bit more selective in who they let in, you know. So them sort of places we do love to go to, because we know when they've not been touched and they've not had that many people go through the doors, we often find there is so much that we get through the first night, you know, evidence wise. And the communication from obviously spirit has been overwhelming sometimes, even to us as team members. We've had many a time where we've had to step out just to get the fresh air and break the energy link, because it's been overwhelming. You're getting bombarded by so many of them, because they all want to tell the story, you know, the great that you can acknowledge that they're actually there, you know. All
right, let's put Abby's comment up. Abby says multi-layer locations are the best.
Yep, absolutely. I think they are.
Then Colette says, got to come down your place, Neil, with Brooks Paranormal. I've yet to come. Yeah, you will.
Definitely.
Hopefully next year, Colette.
Oh gosh, yeah.
But
I can't wait to go back to the centre myself personally, because the last time I was there, I got some quite interesting responses through somebody being channeled. So that's got me even more intrigued to go back now.
Yeah, you came in between the lockdowns, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. That's right.
Yeah, you came with I can't remember. You came with some other people, didn't you?
That's right. I think it was Viv Wharton who I came with. Yeah.
So okay, then I know. A lot of people talk about the teenagers shouldn't get involved. I know what your opinion is, so but we can tell everybody else.
Yeah, my opinion is, to me, I think the paranormal should be open to all, and that includes teenagers as well, because I think it's important that the next generation, if they've got a fascination for the paranormal, I think it's wrong to dismiss it and say no because they're too young. Because at the end of the day, they're the upcoming generation that's going to be out there when we're not here. So, I think it's, if they're wanting to have the drive and they've got the ambition and they've got the passion for the paranormal, why not, allow them to embrace it and, teach them how to do it properly. At the end of the day, it's better that they have somebody here that they can learn from and understand what all of the paranormal perspective is all about, what each individual item that we use to investigate, how we use our own senses to investigate. Surely is it not worth, putting in that time to, to learn the younger generation all about it from A to Z across the board, not just about, you go in and it's all about the flashing lights and that. There's much more to it than just that. Teens have to do exactly the same as we do, sit in a building for 12 hours straight in the dark, in a horrible place sometimes where it's really damp and dank, but it's part and parcel of what we do. And after 12 hours, if you get one thing that actually goes off, like the REM pod, that's brilliant. But it's not all about the things that you see on the TV. And I think that's important, that the teenage generation actually need to know. It's not all about the programs that they see on the TV. There's much more to it than that.
Well, I think it's important because the kids, no matter how old they are or how young they are, they do watch these films, don't they?
Oh, absolutely, they do. Yes,
they get hold of these horror films like the Ouija, and so they do watch them, even if the parents say they can't. They do.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think it's important that they learn about the Ouija board properly. Yes. And things. But otherwise,
I was going to say certainly the board probably more than most, because you've just touched on the very thing there that teenagers see things like the film Ouija and think, oh, that looks great, we'll have a go on that. They'll get a few mates around and they'll start playing on the board, and we all know sometimes that can end in catastrophe, because if children don't know what they're doing, they don't know what they're inviting in, they don't know how a board's open, they don't know how to close it off. And this is how chaos in people's homes start up, really, isn't it? If they've got teenagers who are interested in this but don't know how to do it properly and correctly, and not being guided to do either, and if the parents don't know that they've got things like that, under the beds either, they're not aware of what they're doing either. So,
Yeah, let's bring Jane in on that topic about teenagers. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with Linda, and I know Linda's daughter Chloe, she's very open to spirit, isn't she? And you've been helping her along. Yeah, how's she doing with her development?
Very much, she's really, really upped her level. Even during lockdown, we've had a lot of spirit communication. We've kept that going even at home. And we've had some amazing stories from some spirits that have come through, and some of them have been serving in the army, some of them in Royal Air Force, and this wasn't around obviously Armistice Day or anything like that. This was just them wanting to come in and tell their story, so. And they acknowledged the fact that they were a bit stunned how young Chloe was, because some of them didn't realize she was only 12. They were quite wow. I didn't expect somebody of her caliber to be so young, because she seemed obviously come across so mature to them in her, in the way that she deals with her medium side of things, so I think even spirits sometimes have to sort of like take a minute to realize that they're talking to a young child rather than an adult. And,
Yeah,
and
I
when
think
they ask me how old I am, they go, wow, for a different reason. Probably, gosh, you're that old.
And I do think it's important that, you know, even from my own experience, when small children are experiencing spirit right up, you know, till they do grow up, if you've got that support there and you've got somebody who understands and doesn't dismiss or ridicule what you're saying, I think that does go a long way to help, you know, goes a long way to help young people.
Yeah, I do agree with that, definitely. And I think, you know, again, it's a case of the importance if they've got you know, that ability to be able to see spirit or hear them, or, you know, both even, you know, it can be quite a scary thing, you know. And I mean, often children don't know who to reach out to, you know, they don't know what to do, you know, they don't even know if they're going crazy, whether, you know, it's just them that's seeing this, and the question in their own mind then saying, well, why is it I see it and no one else does? Because they don't understand why they're seeing it, you know. So and it can be quite a frightening experience, you know. And I know that from my own, you know, being quite young when I first had my initial experience with spirit, you know, and I had no one to turn to except for my grandmother, and if it weren't for her, I think I would have gone mad, because I'm seeing so many things and hearing people coming up and telling me things and no one else is hearing it, you know. And when you're young, you just don't understand yourself, so, you know, it can be quite a daunting thing if they've got no one else to reach out to.
And I think most mediums do tend to see things when they're young as well, don't they?
Yeah, definitely.
I know you did, Jane.
That. And again, it comes down sometimes to a generational thing as well. You know, my grandmother could see and hear spirit from a very young age as well, and I didn't know that until she was, you know, until I was a lot older. When she sat down and had that conversation with me and said, well, all the times you kept saying you were seeing things and hearing things and seeing people walk through walls, I had that experience myself. And, you know, it really blew me away, because I felt like saying, why didn't you say this to me, you know, years ago? Because I was thinking I was going mad, you know, because I didn't say anything, because no one else seemed to be able to see these things happen except me. And, you know, again, it was down to also the fact her grandmother also apparently had a lot of communication with spirit, and again, that was something they never talked about back then in her time. So obviously my grandmother only knew through her telling her personally. She would never tell any other members of the family, and that was because my grandmother, when she was young, again saw spirit and talked to spirit as well. So, you know, it was almost like, you know, they won't say anything unless they're really forced to and show their hand, whereas now things are so much more open, you know, so there's no need for anyone to feel that they can't speak about it, you know.
And of course we do have the HAPRC Teen Academy,
absolutely,
which I think next year we need to get out there a bit more.
Absolutely.
This year we sort of let it just drift along, haven't we?
Yes, but it's been extremely difficult, hasn't it, with the COVID, you know, situation to even try and get it up and running, really. You know, it's just been really, really hard, but definitely when it's safe to do so, really looking forward to it.
We'll get the Teen Academy back out there, and I do think it's really important for teenagers.
Definitely, I would agree. 100%.
And we have run some teen-only nights as well, haven't we? Investigations. So if teenagers do want to come on an investigation, there will be dates out there. And as long as you're accompanied with an adult, then you know, teenagers can come along and enjoy investigation if that's what they're really into.
Yeah. And it's important to stress parents are with them every minute they're here.
Absolutely.
Because when we first announced the teenage event, we did get some stick from some people saying we're wrong.
Well, this is it. You know, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but at the end of the day, I'd know what I'd rather if my child was into, you know, wanting to go into the paranormal and do, you know, events and go to events and are interested in the ghost hunting aspect, if you like. I would like them to go to a place that I knew that they were getting well taught, they understood what it was all about. I would like that rather than being nowhere for them to go and then just having the concept of what they see on TV.
Yeah, well, you came with your children to everyone.
I did.
past, so that's good enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
Willie says, I've took my son on an investigation. He loves it, but did wait till he was in his late teens.
Yeah.
Abby says, yes, having patience is a virtue, literally. Bloss says, your Chloe's lovely.
Thank you.
Okay, then. Abby says, Linda, what was your first experience with spirit?
Oh, my first experience with spirit was when I was aged 7, and that was in my own house. I'd had a spirit gentleman who woke me up every single night without fail, who would constantly be around my bed where I was lying down, trying to get some sleep. He'd just wake me up and he'd just stare at me. He wouldn't communicate, wouldn't tell me anything about him, but he would do it relentlessly every single night, to the point where I was seriously sleep deprived because of it. And obviously it went on to the point where, you know, it was getting worrying to me, because he was getting more and more closer to where I was, you know, literally to the point where I could feel him breathing on my face. That's how close he got. And I thought, you know, what is it you want from me? You know, why are you here? And eventually I found out from my grandmother, believe it or not, who was living next door to this particular couple. And it was their house that we were in. And it turned out he'd actually committed suicide. He'd killed himself. And unfortunately, I didn't know this for some time to come. But it turned out he'd hung himself on the back of my bedroom door. He was seriously mentally, ill after he'd lost his only daughter. She was in a swimming accident. She dived into a swimming pool locally, and she'd hit the shallow end with her head, and it instantly killed her. And she was only about my age, 6 to 7 years of age at the time when it happened. So whether it was because of my age that he was coming thinking I was his daughter, I don't know. But it's certainly something I'd thought about, you know. But, unfortunately, we ended up in the end having to move, because he was just constantly doing the same thing every single night, you know.
Oh, blimey. Okay. Bloss says, we now know who's with Benji. You have to tell us more. Colette says, Chloe is an excellent medium, very in tune with spirit for her age.
Yeah.
Mark says, it's important to listen to children and believe children who see spirit and guide them in the right direction.
Yeah. Definitely. And Mark is one of the team members as well. So, he has a very strong connection to spirit children. You know, we always find if there's young children in the building, more often than not, Mark usually picks up on that, you know, and they do tend to go to him. So, you know, they see him as more of a father figure. Each one of us has an ability to know who's in the building, you know, because each one of us gets the radar first, so to speak. So, it's quite interesting.
So what's your least favorite location you've investigated?
I don't think I've really got a least favorite location, because no matter what the location is, whether we get loads of activity or no activity, it's the location itself, I think, is worth going into on its own. You know, as I say, because a lot of the locations we do go into have got quite a long history. And it's that really, you know, interests me more than anything sometimes. You know, it's just the history of a building. Sometimes, you know, daytime I could go into a building, not even look for spirit, but spirit will find me. But I go in just purely for the location and the history that it provides, you know. So, but I don't think I have any building that I haven't gone into as yet that I could say, oh gosh, that was one of a failure. You know, I wouldn't think there was any of them really, to be honest.
Yeah. So is there a location in the UK that you wouldn't go for whatever reason?
I don't think there is. I mean, I have heard a lot about East Drive, you know, 30 East Drive, that is, saying, you know, a lot of people have said, you know, it's gone in, it's been extremely quiet, not had any activity. There's a lot of hype around the building. it still won't put me off. I'd still go just purely to see what my experience is, because everyone's different. Everyone can have 20 people go into one building, and out of that 20 people, only one person could really have a wow experience, and say, well, I really would love to go back there again. And then the rest of them probably say, no, I've not had a thing, so just one of those, really, isn't it? It's a case of, I don't dismiss any location, and sometimes, as I say, it's going back to it, just getting that rapport going and keep going back to a building. Often you build up the confidence for them to come forward and approach you as well, because obviously spirit, some of them have never had that human interaction, they've never had anyone register that they're actually there, and that can be quite daunting for them as much as us, really, so.
But Abby's comment, Abby says, yes, gratitude is an energy in itself. Being in these locations helps us experience that.
Yeah.
So you got a question, Jane?
Yes. So how did you sort of develop your skills as a medium? How did you sort of, sort of progress yourself once you knew from a child that you were sort of seeing things that were sort of perhaps other children weren't seeing? How did you then sort of follow that on later on and, progress yourself to where you are now?
Yeah. Well, obviously I was sort of like, as I was, growing up, even through school, I used to have experiences where I would have random spirit people come and approach me even while I was having, a lesson. And it got to a point where I thought, I don't know how I can cope with this, because, it feels like instead of me being in control, they're in control. And this is not how it's supposed to work. I'm absolutely sure of it from what my grandmother had told me years ago. And obviously it came then down to the fact that I was connecting more with my guides, which I found, to be really, really the turning point with regards to my mediumship. Because before that, I was sort of like, plodding along on my own, not had anyone that I could particularly, reach out to and say, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. How am I supposed to stop these experiences happening? And, how can I close myself off a bit more? Because, if you're open 24/7, as you know yourself, Jane, it can be extremely overwhelming and draining, none to say the least. And that's how I was going into school every day, and I felt like an absolute zombie, because I was constantly being bombarded the whole day that I was there. And then when I get home, I was bombarded again till, eventually I fell asleep, so after I, started connecting more with my guides, they helped me to understand where I was going wrong and what I needed to do to try and get a handle on it, really, so as I wasn't getting the bombardment about, how I could protect myself more, protect my energy field, ground myself, things that I didn't even know what they meant, and until I actually got that information from them. And since then, obviously, they've helped me with my progression. There's many a time when, I've done something and I thought, I'm not sure whether that was the right thing to do. And if I wasn't sure, I would always, connect with my guides and say, I'm not sure, you need to help me here. Did I do the right thing, or should I have done something differently? Because it is, it's a lesson that we're all still learning. Even no matter how many years a person, I don't think, has been a medium, can never say that they're experienced enough, because I think we're always learning, we're always evolving. There's always things that come to challenges, even in the most experienced person. They still have challenges that they're having to try and understand and work a way through them, as to what is the best way forward. And in my development, that's what I've found more than anything. The more I've because I'm quite an intriguing person, I like to know so much. I'm not one that will have a bit of information and say, right, thanks, Spirit, and leave it at that. No, I will want more, and I will want more valid details, more clarification. I will want dates, times, people that they've been with. I want something that is concrete, that I can then backtrack and trace and say that that person existed. That to me is what I like. I like that sort of information. And obviously, when I had my children, I had to sort of like close myself down because I was worried about their safety and not so much my own or theirs. Because I thought, well, I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to protect them from, in case I get somebody who's not very nice, who comes into their room, who tries to pick them up out the cot, who tries to keep them awake at night. You know, I mean, children, as you know, are very open to spirit anyway, you know, and obviously that was another reason why I wanted to close off, because I knew if I was having my open beacon, and children being already an open beacon anyway, you know, that would be perhaps the wrong thing to do. So I decided then to close myself, so as that way I protected them. And then obviously once I had my children, they were old enough, then I reopened and started my journey again. It never completely went away. It was just more controlled, you know. So, but I think going to church, you know, spiritualist churches, going to development circles and classes certainly has helped an awful lot, you know, in my development. You know, and as I say, I'm still developing even now. You know, I wouldn't say, you know, that I've got to the point where I could say I've learned everything there is to learn, because I don't believe that I have. You know, I've still got a long, long way to go. But, you know, I'm striving and getting there every single day, you know, so, you know, I just love what I do, you know, and I've embraced it more, you know, compared to what I was like years ago. You know, I've sort of like was always on the fence. Shall I, shan't I? Shall I keep it going? Should I stop it from happening? And now, you know, I've sort of like said to Spirit, you know, I'm open and it's going to stay open like that, you know, for the rest of my life, because I don't want to close off. You know, I enjoy the communication with Spirit, and I enjoy what I do and incorporating it in the paranormal. So, you know.
Just having a swig.
You've got to have a drink. It's a long time to go without one, isn't it? 5 hours.
Colette says, I think going on investigations helped you, and with a little help from me, but you did not really need help, just guidance.
Definitely. Colette has been an absolute gem. She's really helped me in some situations, even, you know, because obviously she's a very experienced medium herself. And, you know, there's certain things that even I've sort of like left a question mark, thinking now, who should I ask? And I often will ask Colette, because I know that she's been doing it for so many years, you know, and she's got more experience than I have in certain things. So, you know, I always, Colette's my go-to person. If there's something I'm not sure of, I'll always ask her opinion on things, you know, and sort of like, you know, take it from there. But certainly with the investigating side of it, that certainly helped develop my mediumship, you know, definitely, without 100% saying so. It definitely has helped a lot.
Okay, a few more comments. Abby says we get physical triggers as affirmation pointers.
Yes.
And then Colette says, but you're doing very well. Abby says, as natural as breathing.
Yeah.
Blah says, that's brilliant, Linda. So all nice, confident, nice comments. So where in the UK would you really like to investigate, Linda?
Oh, I would love to go to Shrewsbury Prison. And it's one place I haven't been to yet, but it's one place I would love to do if I could. I'd stay in there for 12 hours straight, but I know that that's not the case. You can't stay there that long. But certainly a place that I would love to investigate. Is something I haven't had the opportunity to do, investigate prisons as such. And asylums is another one that I'd love to investigate, Newsham being one of them. So yeah, they're on my to-do list. As soon as I can get out there, I'll be looking at going to both of those locations.
Okay, Claire says, I've been there, it's okay.
Yeah, I think that's Newsham Park that she's talking about.
Newsham. Yeah, that's only just opened again, hadn't it? Before the lockdown. I think
yes, that's right.
Closed for a while because of health and safety or something.
That's right. There were, wasn't there? Yes.
So you got a question, Jane?
Yeah, well, once we can get out after COVID and that, what plans have you got for Brooks Paranormal?
We've got some locations booked, ready to go. Obviously, because of the COVID, we've had to keep rescheduling them, because obviously venues are as much in the dark as what we are. So we're working day to day, week to week, as is everyone else, you know. So at the moment, we're sort of like waiting till we can get the green light, you know, and that it's going to be safe enough for everyone to get out there and investigate again. But at the moment, unfortunately, everything is pretty much on hold, you know, as it is with many teams. because of the current situation. But we're just praying and hoping that, 2021 will start the beginning of a new chapter where, teams will be able to get back out there and investigate again, and do the thing that we all love.
I think 2021 we will be.
Yeah.
Whether it will be spring, summer, autumn, or winter, I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be spring, to be honest, personally.
No, well, one can only hope, but at the moment it's not looking great. I must say, I have to admit, it's looking more or less likely to be springtime. I think.
I think it's more like summer, personally. But
yeah,
you're wrong. Von says, Linda does come across as a natural, so calm and confident.
Oh, thank you, Von. I don't know about the confident bit.
Colette says, Shrewsbury Prison. Sorry, Jay, I'm just laughing at you. Shrewsbury Prison I went to at Newton Park Hospital.
Ah.
I've actually been to Shrewsbury Prison.
Have you?
Yeah.
What's your take on the building? What did you think of it?
It's a prison. To be honest, I didn't get a lot there.
No.
But the thing is, when you a building like this one, I keep promoting this one, obviously.
Yeah.
You get used to a certain level, don't you?
Yes.
I can remember, Jane, when we first started and we had the K2 flicker.
Yeah.
Oh, great. You're probably the same, Linda.
Yeah.
Now getting the K2 flicker in. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So
nowadays there's got to be everything going, hasn't it? The REM pod, the EDI, the K2, the millimeter, the lot's got to go nuts before we say, oh yeah, that's interesting.
I know we don't have guests now, obviously, but I reckon it's very hard for you as a venue organizer.
Yeah.
Because to the newbie, a K2 flickering, that's got to be quite exciting for them. Just as it was when we first started. But for you, that's nothing.
Not really, no. But I still tend to get excited, if it happens, when you're getting the react to something, and you're actually asking them to touch it, and they're touching it, and they're doing it on demand. That I do sometimes get, excited about, especially when you can rule out other things like electrics and things like that, and mobile phones, etc. If you're narrowing down it being anything else that's interfering with the equipment, and you're watching the spirit actually touch it on command, and they're doing it and it's lighting up, then I think even then it's a wow moment for me, because they've actually done that. Their energy has made that lights come on, so it's still an interesting thing.
Okay, a few more comments. Colette says it was very quiet at Shrewsbury. And Bloss is my best mate, as you can tell.
Yeah.
I went in as inmate. She loves me, really. And it should still be working. What's your favourite bit of kit, if any?
My favourite bit of kit has definitely got to be my EDI, without doubt, because it's got so many things built into one gadget. You've got your K2, you've got your geophone, you've got your temperature, your air humidity, and air pressure. So you've got a multitude of different things that are reading different changes to the environment when spirit are around. So that for me is definitely one that I tend to use more than anything now these days, and it's one that I tend to find spirit are more interacting with as well, more than the other gadgets that I may put out. That's one that they tend to go to for whatever reason. I don't know, but they tend to be able to manipulate the geophone, the K2, the temperature changes, everything. And I think it fascinates them that they're actually able to do that as well, because they're aware what they're doing is having a change to the environment around this particular gadget, so they find it intriguing just as much as I do, so.
Brilliant. So Jane, what's your favourite piece of equipment?
Well, I like sort of anything. Well, I like all of it really, because I mean, how we work, you know, when we
Yeah.
I can connect with spirit, I can ask them how they want to communicate with us, and if they say the REM pod or the dowsing rods or whatever, then I think every piece of equipment's just as important as the next bit. And I don't think I've got a favourite. My favourite will be on the night, whatever spirit wants to communicate with us, and you know, and we get good results. So I like pretty much everything really, and even down to the K2. You know, I mean, I haven't got a lot of, like Neil says, you know, you could take for granted really the K2, but the best bit of K2 activity I've ever seen was in that cottage in Wales when we were investigating that little cottage, and that Welshman was in there talking to the spirits in Welsh, because I was trying to talk to them and they weren't getting, you know, we weren't getting much of a response, but the chap started speaking to them in Welsh, and we got the doll on one side and the K2 on the other, and they were going backwards and forwards across the room, you know, communicating with us. And that's one of the best bits of you know, interaction with the K2 that I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's great evidence when you can get something like that. You know, it's got one of those wow moments attached to it, hasn't it?
Yeah. But I like all bits of equipment, whichever suits the purpose on the night for the best interaction, then that's okay with me.
Yes.
Okay. Okay then. Willie says, I'm sometimes disappointed if I don't get overshadowed. Yeah, but you're just a bit weird, Willie, let's face it. Natasha says, I still get excited when the K2 goes off too.
Yeah, I do. Natasha obviously is one of the team members as well tonight watching.
And I don't.
Okay, Viv says, I feel, Linda, we need to go back to Ashbourne Town Hall to connect again with the spirit, more answers.
Absolutely, Viv. That was an amazing night when we were there. We had so much activity. It was unbelievable. And I think the poignant moment at Ashbourne was when we had acknowledged the gentleman that was in a particular room. No one knew who he was. They knew there was a gentleman there, but didn't have any name or any information about what he was, you know, there for, or anything like that. And I actually acknowledged him. I said, I know his name, you know, and as soon as I'd sort of like started that rapport going, we had so much information that night. And we'd also got a massive, huge table, and it was extremely heavy in this particular room. And we had this table move like you wouldn't believe, you know. I mean, it took some energy to be able for any one of us humans to move it, let alone spirit, you know. But he was so excited that he just got that recognition as to who he was, you know, and what he was there for. You know, so it really made it an interesting night, definitely.
A few more comments. Biff says, we've had Shrewsbury Prison booked twice, but been cancelled, so sounds like it has done us a favour. It's worth going though, Biff.
Oh, definitely. I think it's one of those that a lot of people like to tick it off the bucket list, you know, just like you say, to say that they've actually been, you know.
Yeah. Okay, Anne says top floor Shrewsbury Prison, there's some interesting energies around it. Cell block A, I think, but not much physical activity. Okay.
So it could be more like residual energy that's in the building then, rather than active.
Yeah. There it says best K2 hit I've had was in the middle of a woods on a tree stump.
Yeah, we've had some interesting activity in woods as well, Ant, and again with things like the K2 as well, where there's obviously no electrics or anything like that. You know, phones have been shut off, so there's no interference from that. But we've certainly had some interesting activity in woods, and I think that's purely, I think, again, down to the energy of, you know, the environment. You know, can sometimes register with the K2 itself, you know, and it doesn't have to be human spirit that are doing it, you know. It could be even, you know, anything from nature spirits doing it, you know, even, you know, they're all energy, aren't they? And the woods is quite an energetic place to be anyway, and I think, you know, that has a lot to do with breaking the EMF field.
So could that be down to Faye? You know, we were sort of Kate.
It could possibly, you know, something definitely I've been exploring into, you know, it being a possibility of that being the case, you know, and also, you know, elementals that are out there in the woods, you know, and often that's where you will find them, you know. We had an interesting experience as a team. We were out very late at night, you know, in some wooded area, and we seen plants just light up like, you know, like fiber optics were around them, you know, and it was only just a few that were actually like that. And, you know, even to this day, I'm still blown away why that happened, you know, and it must be obviously the energy from the actual environment that they were in, you know, that's sort of like just lit up. It just gave an aura almost around these plants. It was quite unique.
Okay, brilliant. Natasha says, I'd love to go to Shrewsbury Prison. So that's where your Natasha wants to go, Linda.
Definitely. Road trip.
Abigail loves investigating woods.
Yes, we do as well.
I can see there's lots of people lining up in the green room at the bottom of our screen, ready for the next show. Hi to you all. I know you can hear me. Phil Newton says, good evening, guys in Gauls.
Evening, Phil.
Hi, Phil.
Few more comments. Natasha said, that was amazing that night. I was just thinking about that, about those plants.
Yeah, it was. I think it was one of the moments that every one of our team members that night, no one could explain it, you know, we all saw it, you know, and it just left us walking away, scratching our heads, thinking, what on earth happened? You know, how did that happen? What caused it? You know, it was amazing, you know, and I think it's one of those unique experiences. We could perhaps go back to that same part of the woods and probably never have that happen again. You know, it's one of those. Yeah.
Brilliant. Phil says, I love castles. So do you like
yeah.
Well,
no, I love castles.
And who's still working extremely hard by the looks of it. And says, I think woodland investigations are extremely underrated, especially if you know the natural sounds.
Yeah. I tend to agree with that.
I do think there's a lot more out there that we just don't understand or know yet, because we just don't take it far enough. You know, if you're in the woods and you're scared and you've not got your equipment or whatever, you're not likely to stand there and push it as far as you can to meet those spirits, you know, and I think that's why sometimes we just don't always get as much evidence as we'd like.
Yeah. I'd agree.
Let's see if there's any more comments. Colette says, great live feed. Well done, Linda.
Oh,
yay!
Thank you.
I know you were quite nervous, Linda, before we started. So you.
Oh, I was. It's such a long time since I've actually spoken to somebody out my own household. How sad is that? You miss it when you're doing chatting on group chats and things. It's different when you're doing a live feed.
Yeah. There's a bit of cabin fever setting in.
Oh God, yeah, definitely. Climbing the walls to get out, really.
I don't know if you saw the show the other night. I can't remember when it was. It might have been last week. Jane has worn 2 pairs of slippers out. Is it 2, Jane?
I'm on my third.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, they just completely disintegrated off my feet. So I'm on my 3rd pair now since I've been in isolation. Yeah. It's the only thing I've been wearing on my feet.
In the hallway, there's a dip now, I imagine, where you
in the carpet.
Yeah, indentation of feet with me. This ready to go. You'll have to get new carpets, Jane.
Well, hopefully they'll come up next year. All the building's been put on hold for a year, so.
Oh dear.
Oh.
Okay.
It'll get done eventually, I think.
Yeah.
One says, really enjoyed your feed. Very interesting. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you for watching, Tom.
Mara says, love to go back to those woods, see if we can capture the plants lighting up again. Great live feed, Linda.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Ross says, I live 2 minutes from Cannock Chase. Love investigating up there. Woodland's the best. Also have the chance to see how my fog reacts. I'm sure she picks up certain things.
Oh, do you mean dog?
Might be dog.
Might be dog. I'm not sure if it's dog,
Yeah.
frog, but would you take a frog for a walk? Okay. Veronica says, I love woods. Got a fairy photo from one more. Oh, send it to me, Veronica. I love to.
Yeah, we love fairies.
Yeah.
Because we do have Kate Ray on. I can't remember what on our new Haunted Connection show.
Yes, I did see that actually. Yeah.
So if you send your fairy photo in, I will show Kate. Fascinating lady, isn't she?
Yeah.
We're coming to the end. Abby says, love the show with Linda.
Oh, thank
Ross
you.
says, dog, not fog.
Yeah, good. I couldn't imagine him walking around the woods with his own fog machine.
Phil says, Shining Cliff Woods is cool. I've never heard of that one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a brilliant location, that is, definitely.
And Veronica said, will do, we'll get it sent. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that.
Okay, well,
Definitely.
that hour's flown by again. It's always good when it flies by.
So quick.
It means it's been interesting. So, Linda, tell everybody how they can get hold of your team, because I'm sure lots of people will contact you, and this is what it's all about.
Obviously, we're on the platforms. We're on Twitter. We're on Facebook. Obviously, we're obviously on our website as well, which is www.brooksparanormal.co.uk. Brooks Paranormal on Facebook. I've forgotten what the Twitter handle is now. How unprepared and unprofessional. But yeah, you will find it. You will find the links to our pages from Facebook anyway. So for the Twitter and for the website and all the other platforms that we're on.
Yeah, this is how I make my notes.
You get lost in the volumes of notes I have.
I'll have you know, the Beatles, John Lennon and Paul McCartney wrote, I want to hold your hand on the back of a fag packet.
That's right, they did. That's
it's
true.
Good enough for John Lennon. It's good enough for me.
I have a habit of got papers accumulating everywhere. So I've sort of like decided now to gather the information and put it into notebooks. So I've got about 7 on the go at the moment. So a lot of ink, but nonetheless, all good fun.
Yeah, it's been great talking to you, Linda, again.
Yeah, it's lovely to catch up with you again, Linda.
Yeah,
lovely as always to see you both.
Stay safe. And
yes, I will do. And you guys too.
I'm going to kick you off.
No problem. Okay,
get the boot.
Lovely.
Happy New Year to you,
for
Linda.
watching. Yeah, Happy New Year to you all. Happy New Year. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Do you know what it's like? It's like Morecambe and Wise, that big hook that comes on at the end. Pulls them off.
Okay, Jane. Anyway, I've got some good news. I'll bring Jackie on first because it's. Hello, Jackie.
You're right.
Hello.
It's Jacqueline's hour, but she's got so many guests to come with her. We've got an hour on. We can go and have a cup of tea. I can go to the loo.
Yeah, I am ready for one.
Yeah, I didn't kind of read the note about 6, but hey ho.
Yeah, so you've got 4 there waiting with you.
Oh, that's cool.
And I shall watch anyway. If there's anyone else jumps on,
I should be watching, but I'm going to grab a couple while you're at it.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to take Jane off. I'm going to kick you out, Jane.
I better turn my sound down.
We'll see you in an hour because I've got. See you in an hour, Jane.
Yeah.
That's her gone.
This is a bit weird.
Let's add. I'm going to add all the others now.
You might recognise 1 or 2.
There's Mr. Newton. I recognise him. Hi, Phil.
Hi, Neil. Hi, Jackie.
Hi, Phil.
There's Patricia. I recognise
her.
Hi. V. Buckley is there.
Hi.
Viv.
And Justine.
Hi, Justine.
Everyone so far. So
Yeah, there's one more to come in, but sometimes
one
there's
more.
internet issues.
Okay, well, I'm just going to nip to the loo.
It's not mine.
Who's got the hound?
Mine's quiet.
Okay then, so this next hour is all for the paranormal path, which is Jacqueline's baby.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah.
This is a bit weird because it's usually paranormal.
Oh,
bit of a change, isn't it?
it is a change. So I am going to take myself out of this shot, and I'll leave it all to you, Jackie.
All right then. Cheers.
Okay. See
Okay,
you in a
see you
bit.
soon. Okay. Hi, thanks everyone for watching. Hi Keith, Happy New Year. Hi Vaughn. Hi everyone who's joined me. Basically, I've got a little group called Paranormal Path. It's a place where I invite groups to come along and to basically join and share their live content. But generally for the smaller groups, for the YouTubers, not the big groups, not the ones who want the stars, things like that, but just people who want to get their evidence and content out. At the same time, I since July I started booking venues. So I've actually done 2 venues where I've invited people along. So they're basically people I know, and we sort of just combine energies really. So many people who are experienced, and we just come along and have a great time and that's all over. Okay, so I called the group Paranormal Path because basically everyone's on a journey. And for me, much as though ghost hunting started in 2004 after watching Most Haunted, things really ramped up about 6 years ago when I started development, and then I lost my mum. And the development side actually helped me through losing my mum. And then I started doing more paranormal investigations. And then I went to Matlock Pavilion. And this is where I met Phil and Patricia. Well, I'd investigated with them a few times. So we'll go into that in a while. And Justine I've known, and Justine has known me before I was into the paranormal. So when I just did normal things, rather than going into this paranormal side of things.
Well, you call them normal.
What, drama? Singing and dancing, yeah.
Before that.
Hey?
Before that as well. We're going back a few years, Jacqueline.
We're going back quite a lot of years, yeah.
A lot of that wasn't normal.
She's only 21.
Exactly. Well, you know, time flies when you have fun.
And Veronica, I've met more recently. Investigator Veronica and Dean in Doncaster. And we sort of hope to do more sort of work, basically all together as the sort of year progresses. Well, whenever we can get started. So yeah. So basically, I'll take the story back to this Matlock Pavilion. I'd been out and about. I'd been on a few events, and then I ended up on a private, which was organised by Phil and Patricia. And I didn't actually believe in spirit or ghosts then. Hi, Laurie. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I did miss watching the panto this year, playing the panto, yeah, because me and Justine do the panto. So we're both in the drama group. So, yeah, it's totally different from this side of things, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I went to Matlock Pavilion. Didn't believe in ghosts, even though I'd had quite a few encounters through my life. And all of a sudden, this little girl's spirit jumped into me while we were doing an energy circle. All of a sudden, I was doing the okey-cokey. I think I was holding Phil's hand, and I was like laughing like a hyena. I felt a right idiot. I didn't know how to get out of the situation. So all the time I was doing this like weird okey-cokey stuff, couldn't control my body. My head was going to my mouth, get it out of me. And eventually I managed to say those words, and Phil and Patricia sorted the issue out. But it scared the hell out of me. I got home, left the lights on, didn't ever want to do paranormal again, and that was it. But then I got to sleep, and that was it. I was hooked, and that's it.
200 years down the line, you're still here.
Yeah, that's right. And blame you two for everything. But it's also been an amazing journey, and sort of the people you've met along the way. That's why I call it the paranormal path. You meet people on the way, you get experiences with people, then you sort of move on and you sort of move into different areas. So yeah, I decided to set up this group, and it's an outlet for me if I want to do any live feeds, because I'm quite intrigued about sort of going out and investigating and doing lives, but at the same time, I want to do serious investigations. So if we start then with Phil, I know you're with the famous Chardonnay Ghost Walks, as is Patricia, and you've actually been doing this for absolutely years, haven't you? So experienced.
Like I say, for me, it goes back to when I was about 8 or 9. Weird experiences. Didn't believe in ghosts. Didn't believe they existed till I was about 16. And the journey began from there in Dobtown Centre, where I used to work, a place called Cantor's, and a massive settee thrown at me on the 3rd floor. The place is now a nightclub. It's well known. I think it's changed hands again since all the lockdown. But obviously, everything's locked down anyway. But yeah, very active place, and that was my first journey when I was about 16. My first real encounter with a spirit ghost, poltergeist, I'd say. If you can throw a massive settee at me, then it's got some power. So again, I still didn't believe. I ran down the stairs, told the boss, and he says, "Didn't you realise that this place was haunted?" I says, "Haunted by what?" He says, "Ghosts." I says, "No, I don't believe in ghosts." So again, from that, about 30 odd years on, I've seen and heard and witnessed some weird and wonderful things, and it's a journey I've never stopped. Met thousands of people on the way, and some good experiences, put it that way. I'm still researching, obviously, looking at the science side of it, not just the spooky Scooby-Doo side of it. It's just obviously there's things you can explain away, or there's things you can't explain away. So it's one of those things. But yeah, it's a cool journey. Met some brilliant people as well.
Yeah, and Patricia's a fantastic medium. What's your story?
Yeah, she is. She's awesome.
I started looking into spiritualism when I lost my mum many years ago. So I've been working as a medium now for about 40 years. Got hooked when I went to the spiritualist church for a little bit of proof that my mum was still around. Got everything I'd hoped for and didn't expect to get, and got invited to join them, and did for quite some years. I moved away from that a few years ago, but still worked with stuff in my own way. Founded the Shardlow Ghost Walk in 2009, I think it was, and Phil joined me a couple of years later. And we've done quite a lot of stuff together connected with the Ghost Walk, but also doing different events at various venues where we've perhaps had open circles, we've had investigations, we've done all sorts of things. It's been fascinating and still is.
I did do a circle with you at Tutbury Castle.
Yes,
which was
we were very lucky.
No, I did a circle as well, Justine, where basically we did mediumship, and a week or so after I went to Smethwick Baths, and the information that I picked up that night and the images I got, which are far too graphic, it really advanced me a level, that open circle.
I'm hoping that they give us a chance to do that there again. I know they were intending for us to go back and do several open circles at the castle, but of course with all this going on, I'd got one booked and we've had to postpone it till whenever, but I'm hoping that they will let us back in again, because Tutbury Castle, although very active, it is a very spiritual place, and we got a lot of lovely energies around us. It was quite wonderful, quite impressive.
So can you see the question from Van? Did Patricia used to go to the spiritualist church in Doncaster?
No, it was between Derby and Nottingham, a little place called Long Eaton, and I was president there for about 25 years.
Wow.
And then a few years ago, you with places, any place, you'll get different ones coming and going, and once things started getting a bit disruptive, I thought it was losing the spirituality, and I just very, very carefully stepped aside and carried on doing the things that I'd been doing, but in a different way.
Wow, that's cool. So, Justine, I've known you for absolutely years. You said 30 earlier.
It's about that. We'll say about that.
So you kind of know that I didn't kind of believe in it, and I lived in a pub which things happened in the pub, and it was supposed to be a haunted pub, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. And
you heard a few of the stories.
Sensed some Max. It was Max, wasn't it? He'd sensed something in the cellar. I always remember that.
Yeah.
Albert.
Yeah, that was it. I had a dog, and it's German Shepherd, and he's full of himself, so confident. Went down the cellar one day. I came back absolutely shaking. So me being me, I took him back down, and I tried to push him into a room, and he just wouldn't go. He never went down the cellar again. I carried my other dog, Charlie, down, who just followed me everywhere, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he wouldn't go down that cellar either. So
and
that was
neither would I.
interesting.
And neither would I.
You loved it down there. And there was that dodgy room down there as well with that roof. Did you ever look in there?
Yeah, you took me down there. It went sort of part way, and then it like ended, didn't it? And you got furniture in there. Was it chairs and tables?
Yeah.
At the end. Yeah, I remember that.
But that was as spooky as hell, and I wouldn't go in there. But it was a draft, so we don't know if it's a tunnel into somewhere else. Yeah, so we always kind of wondered about that.
Yeah, it was really strange, weren't it, that? It was like, it seemed to be like part of a tunnel, but kind of bricked up. You couldn't work out whether it was the end of the cellar or a bricked up tunnel. It was strange. Yeah, definitely. It would have been nice to sort of work out a bit more history, but you didn't stay there for that much longer, did you? So
no.
We like the sound of that, don't we, Phil?
What's that?
We like the sound of that.
Oh yeah.
Oh
tunnels, caves, dungeons. You get me in there.
Well,
darker the better.
I live in Ilkeston, and there's a few sites that I'm part of. I'm not sort of physically part of, but I follow on Facebook, and they have found quite a number of old cellars that lead all underneath the market square, all the way down to the old Durham Ox, which used to be the jail of Ilkeston. So there's quite a lot of history there.
Ooh, we're interested.
Get us in there.
Going?
you've got to. Well, the Market Inn apparently is where the tunnels start from underneath the marketplace, and they said they've managed to find evidence of them going all the way under the top of the town, all the way down, past through Bath Street, down towards that to that pub, to the Durham Ox.
Wow,
it's fascinating. There's a lot of history around Ilkeston, and I'm sort of trying to pick up. You know, there's new sites opening all the time, people finding photographs, evidence, information. It is fascinating.
It is an interesting area.
Yeah, sounds a bit like the Guildhall Park on the Derby. Again, there's Warren's tunnels on the Derby everywhere. I went on the Derby for about 2 hours. There was rats, there was all sorts. There was things pulling me back into doorways, pushing me, dark shadows pointing directions. Some crazy stuff down there, some really crazy stuff. Even the council has been called in because the screams in one of the drains. Now they went down there was nobody there. So basically, wherever the screams were, we don't know. So they wanted someone to investigate. But it's been underneath there, and it goes on for quite a long way. There's supposed to be a 15th century jail, so I've been told, on the Derby. So never found it yet, but there's always time.
Yeah,
always time.
Yeah.
And as for the investigating, you've been to Haunted Antiques, haven't you?
I have, yeah.
And you had a weird experience there.
I did. Yeah, a couple of experiences where one particular experience, I was holding one of the dolls and I was stood there and I couldn't physically move my feet. Don't know why, I just could not move. I was stood in that space with this doll in my hand and I couldn't move. That was the first one. And then me and my daughter, we picked up the tarot cards. And funnily enough, we picked out, the first two cards we picked out were virtually identical, both from two separate packs. But we managed to pull the same card out.
Yeah, and say Justine's a skeptic, and like me, questions everything under the sun.
Yeah.
That was kind of a bit odd, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was. It was fascinating as well at the same time. I mean, even the third time from the third pack, we pulled the card out. It wasn't exactly the same, but it was on the same sort of level, weren't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you could
It was
explain
strange. It was brilliant. But then we recently went to a sort of bunker.
Yeah.
And filmed 53 minutes of this cat ball where we've been having a conversation with this cat ball and it's been flashing on demand. So
Ooh.
that's absolutely awesome.
Yeah,
That's
that was
posted
awesome,
on the Paranormal Path page.
Yeah, absolutely. That was awesome. I mean, again, you know, I was a bit skeptical. I think I was a child when I last went down these tunnels when we were studying all about the war in Ilkeston. And we found these tunnels, and as I say, we went down and Jacqueline set the cat ball up, and yeah, it was sort of flashing to command. Yet, you know, there was nothing around it to move it as we could see. But yeah, it was fascinating. I enjoyed that. That was good. You want to watch the video?
Yeah, it's actually on Paranormal Path.
Yeah.
It's a YouTube link, but yeah, it's like we can't see me, Phil, Patricia, and Veronica. We're kind of used to things happening.
Yes.
But, you know, for us, it's like. But it was quite funny. We're down there and said, "Can you make a bang?" And you banged into
It
me.
was a bang. It was definitely a bang. Definitely.
Yeah, and there's nothing around, you know, and it's just weird. But we know what paranormal's like. You know, we're kind of used to this, and this is why I'm into this crazy journey. And much as I blame Phil and Patricia for all of it, it's absolutely amazing, though. You know, it really is. But
we've had some good times, haven't we? Some really good times.
We have, and you know, it's shocking at the moment, and it's held us all back. But when we can get going again, we're going to start booking more locations. I've done 2 events now, so a few people like who sort of come along and we just see what we can do and just try and see what we can see what we can find out about places, about people who sort of hang around those places as well.
Yeah.
So Veronica, V, I met you in Conisbrough.
You did. You and Phil came up, both to do the Ivanhoe. In it's just a local working men's club, and it is sort of, when you look on the outside, it looks like quite a modernish building, but when you get in, the spirits that we have are always, they never let us down, and around the castle as well. I mean, I'm lucky enough because I'm a medium myself, and I've been trained the same as Patricia. I was trained by the SNU. I'm doing more training and more courses at the moment, and it's so nice to be able to link the paranormal and spirituality together. Because they shouldn't be separate. They should be one boulder communicating with spirit. And so what I like is when we're on location, no matter where we are, I mean, you know, seeing Phil's footage but yours as well, Jacqueline, and when you get that proof and you know who you've got and you've researched it, oh my, that buzz.
Yeah.
You can't sleep for a week because you want to go back and thank him or thank her, because that proof, there is nothing more.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
It is. It's wonderful.
Yeah, I just love it. It's going to be great when we can sort of get out again, isn't it? And we can work together and just combine our energies. Like 4 of us pick up. Obviously, there's 2 mediums here. Phil, you call yourself sensitive, Phil?
A lot of mediums. I'm a medium. I can hear, see, smell, get touched, get scratched a lot. But yeah, I don't know. I'm on the fence. Still sceptical, which is a good thing. But like I said,
Well,
I've had
you
too
can always
many
question.
encounters. Yeah, too many encounters in the past. So to sort of disprove it. So yeah, it's a massive journey. It never stops. It's a great hobby.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And it sort of gets you out and about to silly hours of the night.
Yeah.
You know, but you're awake and you don't know what's going to happen next. And it's just fantastic sort of experience. Like for Justine, it's all kind of new. Justine will be coming out more, so hope she catches a bug. And yeah.
Not the bug.
No, not that one.
Bug. No, we'll keep away from the
that one. Too much of it. But yeah. Yeah. Did you have trouble with the SNU then, Patricia?
No, the SNU were fine. Learned lots. Took as Veronica has, took loads of exams and various bits to do. Trained as a healer as well, and worked with a lot of stuff under the SNU for many, many years. And then you get different people that have perhaps been chucked out of other churches coming to yours because no one else will let them in. And things got very disruptive and they stirred a lot of trouble up. And I was having problems with my health at the time. And I just thought, you know what? I'm being told to step to one side. I think sometimes spirit will just give you that little nudge. And you just think, yeah, it's time to step to one side, which I did. And then eventually, as other things took off with what I was doing, I stepped away altogether from the church. Still keep in touch with some of them, still have my beliefs and faith, but just work in a different way, help people when they need me. And I'm sort of, I suppose, a little bit more freelance now. I can go and help people without having to work to a time schedule as I perhaps would have had to when I was wrapped up in the church.
Yeah, that's right. And
with
the people do need help.
With the question that the lady asked just a minute ago about people being frowned on from the SNU, it's quite amazing actually. And as of this year and last year, the SNU are now bringing in courses on being a paranormal investigator. So then they kind of are beginning to open up to paranormal investigators, but it's as long as you keep it real, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
yes,
that's right.
We were trained to go with questionnaires. If we had to go to a house that was apparently haunted, you'd have to take the members of the family to one side and interview each of them separately and all that sort of thing. So it wasn't quite paranormal investigating in those days, but they were training us to go to haunted houses and help people that were struggling and suffering with perhaps poltergeist activity and things like that. We were trained for that in the day, but not as much as hopefully they're doing now, which is a good move forward, I think.
Yeah, so Yvonne says she's heard a lot of people have had trouble with other people at spiritualist churches. I've only ever been to one.
It's often the way, sadly.
Yeah, I think where you sort of get people together, you get committees going on. There can be sort of disagreements, can't there? And I guess with the SNU, are there like strict guidelines, and is it how they're interpreted by people or things like that?
No, I think you get people coming in that see everything's running smoothly and it's all doing very well, and then they want the power and they want to be there and doing this and doing that, and then they cause trouble. And it happens all over the place, unfortunately.
Definitely, the ego takes over.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right.
Yeah, which is like a bane of paranormal at the moment, isn't it? There's so many egos involved in the field. It's just crazy.
Yes, that's true.
And that's like the reason I kind of wanted to set the group up, so people could get on and people can share the content. They can watch different people's feeds and hopefully get to know each other more as well.
Of course.
And you know that you're all after the same thing, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, we were always told in no uncertain terms to leave your ego outside the door. Before you work, always leave your ego outside the door. And unfortunately, there's a lot now that don't.
Yeah.
Trouble is, Pat, I can't get through the door.
Why's that, Phil?
That's just because you're a numpty.
Right, the next stage of my journey. I'm actually writing a book. So the book is about my paranormal path. You know, it's strange. You know, like I didn't know about basically this whole thing started because of Most Haunted. I watched that. And then the following year, New Year's resolution, we wanted to find out if ghosts existed. So it's a weird New Year's resolution. Back in 2003-04, we booked 2 ghost hunts, Derby Jail and Galleries of Justice. Nobody else had done that before, generally. 1 or 2, but generally it wasn't a done thing. So you mentioned it to everyone and like, what you doing, you know? And it was weird and you sort of went, you didn't really experience a lot, but yeah, I picked up 1 or 2 things. I went in the haunted pub. And basically, I just want to sort of write this journey. I want to write about, well, I've written 36,000 words so far. I've got a lot of the book coming together. So it's about where I started, my beliefs, where I am now, like my development as well, where at one stage I was in a location, I was talking to a bed and I was going, can you speak to me, please? Can you make a sign that you're here? And somebody behind me could actually see this spirit. And I go, well, what's he saying now? I says, well, can you do something for me, please? Well, what's he doing? He's laughing at you. Can you stop laughing at me? There's kind of talking to this bed where 2 people behind me could actually see the spirit. And but I thought, and also a lot of people actually seeing things. Like you start going on like investigations, well, ghost hunts at the time, and people were seeing things. And I thought, well, they're seeing things, well, why can't I? Because I weren't quite sure about mediumship either. But then I started doing this development, and all of a sudden, like I'm picking things up, and it's like, well, and I'm sort of kind of proof that anyone could sort of go on and actually develop and actually start seeing things and sort of learn, become more open to do things, which is quite awesome, really.
That's where the open circles are very handy. It teaches people to investigate themselves, find their own strengths and abilities, and to open them up and work with them. I used to run an open circle for about 16 years, but my goodness, people didn't have to come on once they were in a safe environment and able to work and develop and get the reassurance that they needed, that they weren't going loopy. Yeah, it was great. I used to love doing an open circle, hoping we're going to do some more at Tutbury Castle, as we were talking earlier. I love to help people develop a mediumship.
Yeah, it's just amazing because I didn't know. I'd seen so many mediums who went OTT, they're waving their arms about, they weren't convincing. They're on TV sometimes, and it's like, really? Or, you know, and Justine's seen 1 or 2 as well, haven't you? And they're just like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a couple of experiences. One, I went to see him. Well, I'm not sure if she was a medium. I'm not quite sure what she was, but as I'm quite skeptical, and some of the things that she seemed to be leading people into saying what she wanted them to say, so that kind of put me off that. But then I had a one-to-one with a lady a few years ago, and my goodness, when I look back now, and I've got everything on tape, what she said. And some of the things she said came to light sort of 5 years later. I mean, one of the things, I'll just mention this, she told me that my son at the time, he was into forensic science and, you know, and he was into all these police dramas and he wanted to be a forensic scientist. And she said to me, no, he's not going to do that. He's going to go into sport. You mark my words, I'm telling you now, he will go to sport, he will do sport, and he will study sport, and he will go to university and study sport. And then she sat there for a minute, and she said, do you know what? She says, he's going to meet Trevor Brooking. And I went, what? I mean, at the time, he was sort of 13 at the time. and he has just finished his degree in sports science at Liverpool University. And when Trevor Brooking opened the sixth form at Kirkcallam School, he signed his trainer.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So,
That's
you know,
wonderful.
it kind of, you know, it makes you think for a minute, how could she possibly have thought about Trevor Brooking? How could she have thought of that and put, you know, and that really got me thinking then. She was like the real deal. She was the real thing. And I believed a lot that she said. And I must say, there's a lot that I have looked back and thought, that's what she said. You know, my goodness, I can't believe that. And I've had to replay the tape several times.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, really good she was. And that kind of put a bit of a better twist on it for me. Thinking, yeah, that, you know, I've seen a few bad ones, but she was a really good one. It kind of put that heart back into it for me.
I don't know where you go from sort of medium side of things. Like, it's generally open circles, isn't it? So I guess it depends what area you're in.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
The open circles, and maybe go to a church or a centre. Some mediums do offer them. I think Barry John does, and there's a few other mediums around that do offer their own apprenticeship training.
We're always
I'm looking at a scholarship for Lee.
We're always advised not to let them.
But yeah, I think
they have to be 16 and over.
Right, yeah. That's generally with paranormal investigating as well, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Haunted Antiques do run a teen academy as well. So if anyone's interested in that, they do contact Haunted Antiques and ask about that. And that is where Justine took her daughter once. So, yeah, you know, it's a safe environment.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And, you know, you just protected and
it was nice.
See what you can get, really. Evening. Yeah, it was a great evening, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and you both got experiences, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, it was great.
So, where are you going then? What are you intending to do next then, Parameet?
I'm hoping to carry on with my training and hopefully do a lot more development, but also I want to, like you, get out my books, and then really get out there and get a lot more proof of spirit.
Yeah, that's right. Right, we're not actually sort of a team. We're just I run a group on Facebook called Paranormal Path, and what I do is I've booked 2 events. I'll be doing sort of more ongoing, where basically experienced people come together and we just work together and see what we can get, really. So Phil in the centre, he's from Derby. I'm actually from Nottingham.
Bad football team.
Bad football team, what can I say? Patricia's Derby way. V's
sort of halfway between Derby and Nottingham.
And Justine's Ilkeston, so just outside Nottingham. So I think my intention next year is to travel sort of more as well. So to meet people within the paranormal community. This person in Bristol I'd like to investigate. I was due to go to Edinburgh, but that got screwed up basically.
That was a shame.
I know, I'm really tempted to go to Cornwall as well. There's a couple of locations I want to do there. So I know something's been mentioned, so I want to go and investigate down there. But I just want to work with different people now. You know, whether they come to Nottingham or we sort of travel further down and see who like wants to go along and join people, really. What are you laughing at, Phil?
John Riggs, just read his comment. Can anyone become a medium, or do you have to have the gift, like the short lady in Poltergeist? Awesome, John.
Wow. Brilliant. Well, all develop. You can learn to open up. Obviously, like me and Patricia know more about this side of things. Like I've opened up, and it's amazing what I can do now compared to before. Like I've always thought like that I'd go on an investigation, that for me to know anything was around was that a brick had to hit me before I knew that a ghost was around, and Justine, you're the same, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
But now I'm getting these random images, and I'm getting names, I'm getting dates, and they're getting validated as well. And it's like, it's weird, but I'm enjoying it. It's amazing.
It's very rewarding. I think I remember from when I used to run the open circles. I mean, it's a year or two back now, and I'm going to start doing them again. You'd find that some people, everybody had got some sort of ability. Maybe it would be with clairvoyance, clairaudience, or maybe they were just a powerhouse to help everybody else work. But they were all having different gifts and abilities that led to a result. So, there's always something going with each and every one, really.
Yeah, and they kind of say that you learn what you can deal with. So you learn a skill, and then you sort of see what you can deal with as well, because they don't show you anything until you're ready. Is that right? That's what I heard. Some ways.
That can be the case sometimes, yes. I mean, other times folks see stuff when they're totally, children, they perhaps see spirit when they...
My daughter.
It just happens.
Yeah.
Yes. My daughter, when she was 5, she came in from her bedroom into my bedroom, and she says, Mummy, you need to come into my room. And I says, what's the matter? She went, there's a lady, she's looking after me.
Oh, bless.
And I says, a lady? This is sort of 3 o'clock in the morning. And I went in, and she sat on her bed, and she looked up and looked at the door. And she said she was stood there. She got a teddy bear for me, and she said she was looking after me.
Oh, bless her.
And you know what? She's 16 now, and she still vividly remembers that night. I only have to mention it. She knows exactly, and she's never forgotten that.
No,
and she
that's
only
wonderful.
came to her once, as far as I know. She only came to it, but after that, she was like talking to her, making conversation with her in a room.
That's really precious.
And and I never stopped her from doing that, because I thought, well, that's the way she's thinking. Then she's obviously opened her heart to it and embraced it.
Yes. See, both my daughters at different times have seen spirit.
Yeah.
And I've thought, and you just say, oh, right, ask them about it. Don't make a big deal of it.
Yeah.
But they still talk about it now.
Yeah, she's exactly the same.
Different occasions, but yes.
Yeah.
It is really amazing, though. From getting small things, and then I went to Smethwick baths, and I got some really graphic images, which were actually validated. I actually picked up things from the Cray twins, which sounds really daft, but somebody else was there who actually follows HAPRC, and she'd picked up before I actually got in there that they were present.
Yes.
So she'd been communicated with them, and then I saw one drag another along, and I saw one drag a guy across the floor who was wearing the brown of the 70s.
Oh yeah.
The sort of beigey brown trousers and brown sort of shirt thing, and being dragged across the floor, and that was the image I was given. And there's other images I got that night, straight after your circle, really, and all of them were actually validated by the end of the night, which was absolutely awesome.
That's amazing.
But it's to question, isn't it, and then get the validation, and that's what makes paranormal so special. Hi Raymond, thanks for joining us.
To answer Ant's question as well about protection, I use a white light protection, grounding white light protection. Obviously open up and close. Basically open doorways and you close doorways. But yeah, keep grounded.
Yes, you should. Ideally use protection.
I always use
sometimes I fail, which is wrong.
No, always use protection. and I also do a sitting in the power beforehand as well, just to push out the white light and the energy.
Yeah, I've done sitting in the power with Barry John because I did development with him for a while. I just hope he starts the lessons again. And yeah, I did like sitting in the power. That helps getting a better connection, doesn't it?
It does. It does. Sorry, my drum's tapping behind me, and I'm the only one in the room.
Oh, fantastic!
That's amazing.
I've got a native Indian drum.
Oh wow!
In my corner, and it is literally tapping as we're talking.
Oh,
Sorry.
Oh, somebody's joined us. That's lovely.
That's brilliant. Any idea who it is?
Probably my son.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, wow. Yeah, and you never know when it's going to happen, do you?
No, you don't.
You know, you never know if you're going to get something paranormal come through. You could be anywhere. I went round to Justine's one night and we're sitting at a table. And, okay, we're supposed to be rehearsing for a play. So we both got the scripts. And I decided to show the theatre group that we're actually rehearsing. Okay. So I got a photo of the script, put a glass of, both had a glass of wine
Red
each,
wine.
And then decided to put a few bottles around and take a photo to put on the page to say, yeah, we're rehearsing because, well, we made an effort, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. It was good night.
And for no reason whatsoever, a glass fell over.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then the wine landed on a piece of paper. It looked like my dog.
Yeah, it was on your script. It landed on the script, didn't it?
Yeah.
And then when it had dried, it was actually the shape of a staffy dog. It was weird.
Oh, which was really weird. But then I linked into that person, and it turned out it was something to do with Justine's mum.
Gosh.
So I actually managed to find out who that person was and why, and it is amazing. I do like it.
Yeah. It's really good.
And I just can't wait for New Year. Well, one day to actually get out there.
I know, it will be lovely. Something to look forward to.
Yeah, that's right. So, where are you two going then, Phil and Patricia? You're doing the ghost walks. Have you got any other plans?
We can't at the moment because time is so indefinite and unpredictable with everything that's going on. We want to get stuck in with the ghost walks again. We want to get back up to the pavilion again, but that's suffered a little bit with the bad weather. I think they've had a few leaks and problems, so they're not taking bookings at the moment. Well, with COVID, they can't anyway.
That's right, yeah.
But they have had a grant, so things are going to be put right fairly soon. And we just want to get back in there and do some stuff there and see how things open up from that, really.
Yeah, I've had a few private cases come through. So again, when the COVID sort of settles down, we can sort of go into them. But I can't say locations yet.
Oh,
No, you see, I and Phil often comes with me as well, with both of us, but I go to sort out if there's a haunting or a presence somewhere that just won't move on. There is something I can do about that, because that's something I was trained to do through the SNU. But it doesn't always take something of that extreme. Sometimes we can just go and tune in and talk and it will move on. If stuff doesn't move on, then you can do a little ceremony that will very gently get whoever taken to the light, So we get one or two bits like that. We've got one or two in the pipeline at the moment that need sorting, but of course we can't just at the moment.
Yeah.
It's all stuff that's sitting there waiting. You've what? Sorry.
I've got 2 house clearances to do as two energies that they're not sure who it is. Disruptions.
Yes.
You just can't do it.
Oh, I know. It's just want to go and help people, and you just can't and daren't at the moment.
Yeah, I think everything's ramped up because of this COVID thing with anxiety and depression.
Yes.
Everything's just literally through the roof. It's not, like I say, trying to get out there, but we can't.
Yeah. And what are you going to do then, Justine?
Me? Well, I'm waiting for you so I can go to some more ghost nights. Obviously, I've already booked in with 2 for next year. Hopefully they'll go ahead.
Yeah, Haunted Antiques.
Antiques, yeah. So I've booked in for them, and any others you wish to invite me to, Jay?
Yeah, that's brilliant. You see, the person who thought, well, what's she doing? You know.
Well, the thing is, like you're all saying, you've got to look kind of beyond what you're looking at. And that's, I mean, there's things that have happened to me in the past. I mean, when my brother passed away, there's a lot of things that happened after that nobody could explain. But at the time, I was 13, 14 years old, and it was kind of, you just brush it off and don't think about it. But, my mum now, she still remembers the car not starting when she was trying to sell it. Yet she went out every morning to start the car, and it started. And the smell of his aftershave around the house when she was hoovering. But obviously she remembers that more than me. And now it kind of, as the years have gone by, and you look into things a lot differently now and see things differently to what you did then. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. You understand.
You kind of put in like little, you're not sure why you heard that, you're not sure why that happened, and is there an explanation for it? Do we know? And that's the whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's what we all do. We all question everything to the nth degree.
Yeah.
And I think I do rule too much out sometimes. Yeah. Especially photos and photography. Like sometimes you think, no, but it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was told many years ago by a very famous medium, the human mind's like a parachute. It works a lot better when it's open. And I've always kept that in mind, literally.
Yeah.
Never shut it off. There's all things can be possible. And,
well, mine's empty, Pat. There's nothing up there. It's just an empty shell.
Few cobwebs.
That's brilliant. Yeah. So I just think we all kind of like working with people just with the right positive energy. People who like question everything as well. And you're on the same wavelength. You're not going to walk into a room and go, oh, it's full of demons. We just take things kind of seriously. We have a laugh. But
does that remind you of anybody, though? The place is full of demons. We'll mention no names, but we
no comment.
Somebody that was, everything was full of demons. Bless.
Oh, okay. I think I can guess. Can I? No names.
That was a TV series, wasn't it?
Sorry?
A TV series. I won't name one.
Oh, bless you. What are your plans, Envy?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, like I say, there's a lot I want to do when we come out. There's a lot of people I want to investigate with. I want to investigate with a lot of new people. And I'd like to start challenging other people when I'm out in an investigation, because obviously I can see spirit, I can communicate with spirit, but where I get my buzz is when I see somebody else seeing something for the first time. I love that. So, yeah. And looking by what the person said, just put on the screen, I was always taught first thought spirit, second thought is our own, and that's so true. We should go by
your first instinct.
What our first thought is.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was taught the same, and it does work. Really does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's true.
And I want to investigate with Patricia. That's my goal now. My New Year's resolution.
That would be so lovely. But my babysitter, my doggy sitter, is no longer with me, I'm afraid. He passed away, so I don't have a doggy sitter. and it does restrict me, sadly, more than I want to be.
Oh, bless you. Maybe we can
might
sort something
might
out.
be able to work around it somehow. We'll think on it. I love Connie. I mean, I've done quite a lot of work with UK Haunted years ago at Conisbrough Castle and loved it. Loved it to bits. Yeah.
Yeah, I've walked around the outside. It was quite scary because it had a massive drop. I think you had an issue there, didn't you, Phil?
Yeah, I got up to the gate. I mean, it's the first time I've actually been up there. I got to the gates, the castle itself, and I got pushed, sort of pushed away. Not hard, but it was like an energy push. So somebody telling me something I don't know.
Wow.
But it's probably my past history. I don't know. So I go back to the 12th century. So it's possible.
Yeah, that's it, because you did past life regression, and I was 12th century as well. So I kind of think through my past life regression that Phil actually killed me, my past life.
Who killed you? Me.
You, yeah.
I can tick that one off my list then.
Oh yeah, because you need to. Yeah,
you
want
weren't
to do
killed by
that with.
coupons after all.
Oh no, that was a nightmare, wasn't it? Yeah, we first met at work years ago, and yeah, it's quite amazing. You know, we're still good friends, and it's been fantastic. Now, Von Hunter, what team were you with, Veronica? Where are you based?
I live just outskirts of Doncaster, and at the moment it's just me and Dean. So it's actually paranormal. And
Dean's trying to do spiritual photography, isn't he?
Yeah,
he has some good images.
He's fantastic at capturing spirits. Phil will tell you, he captures. He'll be snapping 150 photos, and then all of a sudden he'll just turn around and take another one, and he literally gets spirit. We've just gone through some, and we put it on the other chat, that we've actually got ones with fairies on it.
Wow. Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, because I didn't know about elementals until I went to Haunted Antiques, and Phil got something up his arm. It's just funny.
Again, that was validated by another team. I forget what the team was, but they come to Bath, and I was talking to one of the team members, and this lady behind me says, "That's strange because the doll in question I sent to Neil, yeah, and it's a doll I picked up, and she says it was brought from eBay. She said I didn't want to open it, didn't want to touch it. She sent it straight to Neil, and he put it on in the witch's room." And that was the very doll I actually touched and got something literally dig into my hand, caught my arm, sat on my shoulder.
That was so funny.
It did make me jump, to be honest with you. I thought, what the hell is that? I took it in for about 6 months. It was seen in the house, running across the ceiling, across the floor. It was like, I say it was like a spider, like a woolly spider with claws. So I says, anyway, I was going back to art, the Antiques Centre again. I says, right, you're coming back with me. So my wife come back that night. You was there, weren't you, Jack?
Yeah, both times.
I said, right, I'm taking you back home. Come back in the car with me. So anyway, on the way down, on the M1, I think it was, down to M69, I felt something jump in the back seat and jump onto my head. And it stuck into my head. I thought, you with me. I got back to the place, and I got the doll, took it in my hand, it run up my arm, straight down my shoulders, back into the doll. True story. Back onto the shelf. I thought
it is because we're in the seance room, and I took the red box in there because this was like the first. As soon as the red box went in, I spent time with it on that first Friday. Yeah, Laurie Schaefer says it's creepy, and she knows how I feel about that red box.
Yeah.
And I took that into the room, and we put it on the seance table. And then I took this doll in the room and just tapped it on the table, and that's when it shot up Phil's arm. And Phil's face is the picture.
Apparently, I found out the doll come from she was a voodoo priestess, high priestess. So I've been told. And it wasn't anything negative. It was something of nature. So basically, spider, nature. It was a weird nature. Could have had something more fluffier. But yeah, it's one to remember. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, and I took something back from the centre once. I picked up something from that mirror.
Oh,
and then I met you at the pavilion, didn't I?
Yeah.
And you were ill instantly.
Yeah.
So that
You
was
even
quite
come back to my house, didn't you? I remember you come back to my house and you sat on the settee, and
yeah.
whatever it was attached to you was drawing my energy to the point where I turned grey.
Yeah, Phil just went grey.
I went grey.
And, I collected a mirror from Phil's house, and basically when I took the mirror from Phil, the lights flashed in his house.
Yeah.
So I've still got this mirror. So yeah, I need to work with that in the future.
You can keep it.
Yeah, you wanted it out of the house, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. Yeah. Like I say, I'm not scared of anything. To be honest with you, I run towards things, don't run away, unless it's a big something black and
growling thing in a tunnel a few weeks ago. Yeah.
No, I mean the reason why I didn't run, basically, I moved away because the story goes in that area, and there's been a black cat seen. Now it's not just not any black cat; it's a panther. It roams obviously Derbyshire, and fields. So I don't know. It's been seen. I've seen it. So if it's down there in the woods, I don't want to be there. Basically, so you're not going to run that. I run that.
And I was like looking around, and I like animals.
So something there. But there's residual ground. I don't know. Or there's something in the tunnel. I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny though. I've got footage of it. So it's all good. So yeah, like run, why?
I'll leave you, Jack. See ya. Bye.
Go and pick your cat ball up. Run. No, that was funny. You know, and I think we probably will get out and about exploring. I've also become good friends with Wandering Spirits Paranormal as well. So that's Sarah Scott and Chris Wilcox. So we should be doing some investigations with them as well. Hi, Neil.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Neil.
Hi.
Unfortunately, the hour's about up now, so.
No way.
Oh.
I hope you enjoyed it.
It's cool, cheers. Thanks for letting us anyway.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah, we've been good.
Yeah, so
Been fab.
I'm going to kick you out now.
Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the questions.
Bye.
Yeah, it's really good. Thanks so much for joining us.
Happy New Year, anyway, guys. Stay safe.
And we'll
Bye.
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 I took myself out then.
Did you take yourself right out?
I'll kick myself out. Okay, they're all gone. Andy did come on for a couple of minutes, but he's gone again. But I'm sure he's going to come back on soon. That was an interesting chat with those guys from Paranormal Path. It's always good to talk to people. You look like you're a bit cold, Jane. You've wrapped up now.
I'm not. I'm all snuggly warm now.
So during the last show, thanks for everyone for watching. During the last show, Mr. Stevenson messaged me.
Yeah.
And he come up with a good idea.
Did he?
Yeah. So Andy's here. Hi, Andy.
Hello.
Hi, Andy.
Here, just give me a second.
Okay.
Oh my good night. What's going on? Going well.
Hey.
Hey.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Are you sorted, Andy? It's
Still clicking.
Have we got Andy or have we got Max Headroom?
Yeah, I was just thinking.
It's clicking. Andy always shows off with his green screen look. Yeah, we can hear you, Andy.
I can hear you.
You still.
The internet connection is absolutely terrible.
Oh no. Never mind.
So if it looks like I'm going crazy and flipping out, then that's what's happening.
You're talking without moving your lips.
It's all right. According to this, I'm moving my hands without my hands being here.
You should change your name to Norman Collier.
Get off.
Anyway, we'll carry on, shall we, guys?
Yes, good evening.
Okay. A bit earlier, during another show, Mr. Stevenson messaged me and come up with a good suggestion.
I did.
Right.
You know what? For ages, we've been on this show so many times, and you've interviewed us. We want to flip it, and we're going to interview you. Wherever you are.
Dear.
So we've got no questions prepared, so it's completely unscripted as we work to our best anyway. So we thought what we'd do is we'd interview you rather than you interview us, because what you've got today, this Parameet, this 5-night thing is again, it's something that you've
6 nights.
6 nights, beg your pardon.
Yeah.
You've come up with a great idea, because obviously we can't ghost hunt. From March it's been up in the air with a lot of teams and a lot of people and everything. So it's just nice to do something like this, to chat to people, to see people again who haven't seen in months. So, and Andy's like, what a picture to pause on, Andy. Crikey me. He's like, So I guess we want to ask you two, where did you two first meet them? That's my question to you guys.
Okay, you start then, Jane.
Well, on a particular evening, my daughter was going off to a ghost hunt with her friend, and she asked me if I wanted to go along. So this ghost hunt was at Hinckley Museum, and I went along that evening, and standing at the back of the room with his son was Neil. So we both sort of went on this. I think it was the first time they'd done Hinckley Museum, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So we both sort of ended up on this ghost hunt on the same night in Hinckley Museum.
Weird, isn't it? It was your first ghost hunt, and it was my first ghost hunt.
And how long ago was that then? How many years ago was that? Can you remember or not? Or?
It's got to be about 7 years ago.
7 or 8 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, it's far away.
And we both started going as guests on with this venue company from Hinckley. So we never spoke. I don't think we ever spoke, but we knew of each other, didn't we, Jane?
Yeah.
And then I became part of the team of this company, and then we wanted. Then I was co-owner, and we wanted new team members. So we sort of put the feelers out, and Jane applied it just not as a medium.
Was an investigator.
As an investigator, and then we soon found out that Jane was a medium. So, and the other, my co-partner, co-owner, he was the main medium. So he sort of took half the group, and Jane was always in my group.
Yeah.
And,
so, Jane, when you said you applied to be an investigator, did you not say that you were a medium, or did you not want that to come out yet, or not?
No, because I was, if you like, I was still sitting in circle in the church, and if you like, it wasn't. I hadn't got the reason I didn't sort of tell them I was a medium to start with, because although I'd been sort of trained in SNU and all the love and light and stuff, I was a bit unsure about, if I encountered any sort of negative or dark stuff, because at the time I really didn't know what I was doing. If I encountered, and I didn't want to put myself in the deep end and make myself look an idiot. But as it went on, working with Neil was really good, because it allowed me to practice more and more and more and do the things I wanted to do and develop in a way that I wanted to develop. And it was good, because I always got that practice, and Neil never put me under any pressure. I could do as much or as little as I wanted to, but once, I'm good for about 3 or 4 hours, and then I'm burnt out basically. So after that 3 or 4 hours now, I tend to just turn to the investigating if I'm still there, because I put all my energy into doing. And to be honest, after 3 or 4 hours, we've pretty much got everything that's there anyway.
Cool, cool. Andy, are you there, Andy, or are you still max headrooming?
I'm waiting for his head to spin round.
I actually can. As you can see behind me, there is this green screen.
Yes, I love that green screen.
And I did try to do what Andy does, but it slowed my computer down so much, I've given up with it.
That's it. As you can see, I've got a green screen in somebody's kitchen behind me.
I'm looking at all the food actually, see what sort of healthy food you eat, Paul.
Oh yes, chocolates, you name it, kebabs, anything. Anything. It's Christmas. It's Christmas. You've got to eat crap at Christmas. It's customary. So going back to when you first met, then how long? Well, the museum's now 2.5. Well, I've known you guys about 2.5 years.
Yeah.
When I know that you started not the museum, not at the location you are now, Neil. So how did the museum start? Did you just start collecting objects from a long time ago, or?
Yeah, well, I started collecting about 3.5 years ago, perhaps 4 years ago, because I became quite disillusioned with the investigating and definitely the venue side. That I weren't very happy with that, so I sort of left, and Jane stayed with the old team for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to do something different. So I thought about haunted objects. So I sent an email to about 20 antique dealers because I thought antiques were cherished items. So if anything's going to hold on to energy, it would be antiques. Fortunately, only one reply, and that's Phil at Sims Vintage. And Jane wasn't involved then. You were still involved with the old team, weren't you, Jane?
Well, I'd already left them then. I'd already left them for a few months then, because I wasn't unaware that you'd sort of started this new project, and it was through the couple of the other members of the team at the time, and they invited me to come along to the old house, Victoria, because we went there before you opened the centre, didn't we?
Yeah. So I started my collection, as you know, in the carport, and we did a few live feeds there. That's how I started. And we had lots of activity, and we had activity in the house. But so many people asked if they can come and see the objects. I thought, you can't really come to the carport. It's not very professional. So Julie and I took it was a big gamble at the time, because it was a big financial outlay, renting this place. And to be honest, we've never looked back. And Jane got involved from day one. Jane came up the night that I got the keys. So Jane has been involved in the centre from day one.
I think we were there about 3 months after you opened, and I can remember to this day. It stands out in my head the first night we walked in, and you know well, Jason, if Jason was here, he could explain better. But when we walked in, mate, it was amazing. There was nothing like it at all. Still never is, in my opinion. And it was just so, to meet this person who's done this and has not got any ego or anything like that. I'm talking about you, by the way. Any ego or anything, just a humble, decent, genuine person. And to do what you've done, and when we walked in and that first room, we're like, whoa, and Jason was like, Jason's
I will always remember Jason's face when he first walked in, because it's to me, it's nice because you guys are seasoned investigators. So you're not a bunch of kids. I mean, and Jason stand there like that, thinking, "Oh, it was great."
I think we've been friends for many years now. We've been on a haunted life for many years, and we're on a journey. We're on a journey. I think everyone's on a journey, no matter whether you're part of a team or a group or individual. You're all part of a journey, and you're all growing at different times. And Jason, that when he walked in, every time he walks in now, he has to have a walk around on his own just to get the feeling of the building. It's amazing. But
what's nice for us is we've seen how you guys have changed and grew over the 2.5 years or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Since we first met you. You guys have changed. You're experiencing different things, especially Andy, you're experiencing different things now, which is nice for us to see how you've changed as well, because we've been mates a long time now. So it's not just us growing, we've seen you guys grow, which is fantastic for us.
I think that's the thing. Go on, Jay. Go on. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I can't say how much of a little celebration I had, because we're working up at the centre and seeing the creatures and everything else like that. And when Andy came up to me that time and he showed me that drawing of that thing that he saw, and I was like, yes, somebody else is seeing these things. And it was such a celebration for me. And I think it was such a great sort of development moment for Andy as well, because he'd started to see all these things. And that was just great for me.
I think I've always said from day one of visiting you guys, it's not like going to a coaching inn or a haunted castle where everything's the same, everything's in its place, everything's in its locker, everything's in a glass cabinet, everything's in its library. You guys have mixed and matched items. You've brought new ones in, you've took old ones out, you've swapped the rooms around. So that, to me, I'm no expert, but it gives it a different energy, a different vibe, a different feel to it. So that's what makes it different. Not the fact that there's a new antique there as well, that also helps, but the fact that there's so many new stuff every time you go.
Yeah, that's always been important to me, because me as a person, I easily get bored. People who know me, Jane's laughing, I easily get bored. I'm like this at home. Julie can go out one day, come back, and I've moved the lounge round. She'll go sit on the settee and the chair's there, that sort of thing. So I get bored too easily. So it's important to keep mixing things up. And it's nice when people like you who come regularly come in and think, oh, that's different. Because you never quite know what to expect at the centre, do you?
We've been there many times, and every night's different. And yeah, some nights are quite nice, but I've always said that ghosts aren't performing monkeys. They don't perform to order, or spirits perform to order. If it's a quiet night, it's a quiet night. You enjoy it, you have a bit of banter, and you go away. But when it's not quiet, it's not quiet. No matter who you're with, whether it's guests or whether it's just with your mates, something always happens. And it's like, I wanted to ask, I think it was Christmas last year, we had a Christmas party at your place, and there was 3 or 4 mediums. I want to ask Jane this, and you were there, Jane. I think Lucy, who's a bit sensitive, Christopher was there, and Linda, and I think Viv was there as well. And you all start to see this little girl, right? And I've always wondered if mediums, whatever level they're at on the development, can see the same thing. But you're all describing this little girl. And I thought, you know what? I wish I could see the little girl, because you were all describing how she looked, and you were all sort of like, rather than working against each other, you were working with each other, describing what she was doing and that kind of thing. And you weren't sort of like trying to take the lead role, that kind of thing. Do mediums do that kind of thing, or is it a competition?
It's not for me. I think with some people it is. It's an ego. It's they like to be the centre stage. It sometimes ends up being the medium show, that sort of thing. But it's not for me. I don't do it for those reasons. I do it to connect with spirit and to work with spirit, and to bring what I can to the centre. And I've done platform work. I've done all sorts of mediumship work anyway, which has given me a good background and a good, it's given me a good experience for what I'm doing up at the centre. But as for working with other mediums, I always enjoy watching other mediums work, because I think you can learn from each other. And when we can all describe the same thing, it means we're all connecting with that energy. And if we can, for me, when I connect with the energy, I can see it. Whether it's a creature or a spirit or something else, I can see it. So that's why I can describe it and draw it and everything else. So when you're in a room with other mediums and they do the same, then they're connecting with the same energy on that same frequency. But sometimes mediums can pick up different energies. You can be in the same room with another medium and they can pick up one thing and the other medium can pick up another thing, but that's probably because you're working on different frequencies. So they're tuning into something else and you're tuning into something else, so you can see different things. So there's nothing, there's not an exact science about this. It's about connecting with the energy and saying, seeing what's there.
So that night when you all saw the little girl, all 3 or 4 or 5 of you, that meant that you're all tuned in to the same kind of frequency then.
Yeah. So one of the great things about the centre is it's great for blending energies. So for those of the mediums there at the time, we could all blend our energies together as well as sort of tap into this energy of this spirit and see it. And that's one thing I really do admire about people and teams. And it's been so apparent this week talking to other teams that their energies blend so well. And that's why they always work so well. And that's why they all stick together and work as well as they do.
Yeah. Is Andy back?
Andy?
we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Turn your volume up, mate.
Can't hear you. Let's put Veronica's question up anyway. Veronica said, what item freaks you out the most?
Go on, don't forget that's to you guys. So what item freaks you out the most?
That's to you, Jane, then.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say it freaks me out the most. The item that intrigues me the most, I would say, is obviously the big mirror. Yeah. We've been into it once. I'd like to go back into it again and learn more.
You see,
I'd like to go back into it.
You mentioned the big mirror, and the dog goes, hey.
That's the hellhound.
Yeah, she'll lick you to death. She would. She sounds fierce, but she's not. So for me, the most interesting one is the big mirror. But there's also a new item in the centre now, which I'm really quite keen to work with, and it's what I bought Neil for his Christmas present.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting that one working on.
What about you, mate? What freaks you out the most, Neil?
It's probably the mirror again, because it's a strange item, isn't it? Now, Paul, you've had experiences from that mirror, haven't you? I remember again a message from you saying, Neil, is anyone at the centre tonight? Because I need to get up, and I said, unfortunately, you can't come tonight. But tomorrow, you just had to come, didn't you?
We run events there. We did run events there until lockdown. 2 events a month in the midweek. And this wasn't an event night. This was something that I woke up and I just had to get to the location as quick as soon as possible. That's why it was on my mind from when I woke up. Yeah. On my mind normally it's shredded wheat or cornflakes. But no, it was the mirror. And I said to you, I've got to get there. Spoke to the guys. They were free. The location was free, and the mirror was on my mind. And I'm not a person who's obsessed with one item. I'm like you, mate. I flit. My attention span is very limited, and I can't sort of like hold focus on one thing. But this mirror was in my mind all day, and we did a little promptu live there. Didn't announce it. Didn't promote it for weeks on end, and it was a great night. I mean, I couldn't see anything in the mirror when I put my hand on it. I felt compelled, not like I was being pulled, but I felt some kind of energy. Something was speaking to me, saying, "I am king." Not me, but whatever was talking to me, telling me that they were the king. Yeah, they were the boss. They were the boss man. Andy said my eyes had changed, the black eyes, that kind of thing. It's an amazing item, and I've always known about mirrors have potential for that kind of activity. We do scry mirrors, that kind of thing. But yeah, that's just one item there, mate. I've fallen in love with the sounds room. I've fallen in love with the darkness of it, the Aleister Crowley connection. I do believe there's a connection there that I think you're going to find.
Can you remember that live when you and
James and Vicky were there?
Did that live for us? It was clear as day.
Yeah.
Alistair Crowley, not
Yeah.
once.
Yeah.
No.
That's probably got to be one of the best sessions I've heard, because I was watching it. And when you ask him to say it again, you know, and it comes through clear as anything.
I was like,
And you can't just get that sweeping on radio waves.
Yeah, it was amazing. Amazing.
Are you with us now, Andy?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, look at that.
Okay, Andy,
It might be for about 10 seconds.
Get in with the question quick, mate.
All right, what am I doing? Because I've barely heard a thing.
You're asking.
We are tonight. We are interviewing Phil, Neil and Jane. Neil and Jane. I'm going to say Phil and Holly. We are Phil and Holly from this morning. And we are interviewing Neil and Jane. So ask a question, mate.
Any question you got for me and Jane?
Question for Phil.
No.
So, I mean, basically, this is completely off the cuff.
Yeah.
I presume you've gone through a load of questions already. What do you think is the driving force that has made the centre become such a hotspot of paranormal activity?
Well, me personally, I think it's our intent. You know, you know us. There's no ego between me and Jane at all, or anybody connected to the centre. We've got no ego. It's our intent, and our intent is to go as far and as deep as we possibly can. What do you reckon, Jane?
Yeah, I think the same, but I think the way we work as well is I think the spirit world reward us with the way we work. We're very respectful. We're very careful about what we do and how we do things. And the more and more we do, the more and more the spirit world will give to us and allow us to see. And I think that's you know, that's one of the key things of how we work. But also as well, I mean, Neil has built up a fantastic community around the centre. There's so many regular visitors that come up, and everybody's energy all puts into that. And, you know, we've got such a positive vibe around the centre that it just sort of gives off this amazing energy. And I've said for a long time that the centre acts like a beacon in the spirit world, the energy that it gives off. And that's why I think we attract so much spirit in there, because it's a place where spirit can come and it knows it's going to be respected and it's going to be treated well. And, you know, that's why we get what we get.
And you know, the centre is a weird place. It's as if the centre is a living being. It grabs you, and it grabs your very soul. And you know, you guys keep coming back and back and back, and other people are the same. That you once the centre's grabbed your soul, you just have to keep coming back. And it's full credit to the work Jane does and a little bit that I do. I just basically come up with some crazy ideas. You know, like this 6th night, 5 hours a night, Parameet. Okay, when I first come up with the idea, I've actually had to go and get a job now because the centre's closed. So, you know, tonight I'm leaving here at midnight, get up at 6:30, do a 13-hour shift, straight from work up here tomorrow night, and again the next night. And you know, but we love it. It's not like work. These evenings aren't like work. And you know, and for Jane, you know what Jane's going through. For Jane to be always smiling and putting these nights on, it's a credit to Jane as well.
I think.
Yeah, well, I just enjoy it so much.
Well, I think you mentioned lockdown, Neil, briefly. Did you? I mean, first part of the question is, when you first started this HAPRC at the location now, did you imagine it would get to as big as this, i.e., extending, renting more of the building? And second part of the question: has lockdown affected the building in any way, shape, or form? Has it made it quieter? Well, you've probably been in at times. Has it made it more active? But obviously, people aren't witness that. You are there. So what's changed?
Okay, the first part of the question is it was a big gamble for me to take this on, a financial gamble, and I thought for weeks and weeks and weeks, can I do this? I didn't know if people want to come at all. I was amazed when people started booking. The second part of the question is about the lockdown. To be honest, the activity after the first lockdown, the activity grew unbelievably, and just the other night, Ant was up here because I don't like being up here on my own, as you know, because I'm a bit of a chicken. So Amy's here tonight, and the other night, Ant went out downstairs for a fag, come back in, and he saw someone walk up the stairs.
Wow.
And I know full well a couple of kids come down my house to see us, and I'm sure they do miss us, because it is one big family to me. What do you reckon, Jane? I know you've not been up for a while, but
yeah, but I think as for the activity regarding lockdown, I mean, we know just before lockdown, there was just something done to the centre that sort of closed some stuff down. So we did quite a bit of work beforehand, opening everything up and just letting it sort of try and rebalance itself out. While we were in lockdown, it did actually do that. Everything came back, and it actually came back bigger and better. Because we've done this a couple of times now, where we've had to sort of reopen stuff and bring it all back. So that was really good for the sake of the centre, because it was just left to just grow and come back and do whatever it wanted. So when they walked in after lockdown, the energy was quite immense. And then you had the new item, didn't you? The air raid shelter. And we put a couple of experiments in there, which have been working really well. The activity in there is working really well. So it's
because, sorry, Jane, you've made one of where the tea room used to be. That's now the war room. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we had 1 or 2 nights there before lockdown. And did I see a video recently where some strange lights were there? Some strange lights.
Blue lights. I think it was the blue lights.
Yeah. Has that been explained or not, or anything? Or
no. The interesting about them blue lights, people said, because they were in the war room. Obviously, you can see, if the police go by, you can perhaps see the blue flashing lights.
Yeah.
However, Amy sat in the office where no one investigates. There's the windows at the back of the building, so there's no traffic. And Amy's actually seen blue lights in the office. There's no explanation.
On the wall.
On the wall, yeah. There's no explanation for them. So, plus, you see, we do, because it's a research centre, we are doing things behind the scenes. Well, Jane is doing things behind the scenes. Now, we've had experiments going on for 2 years now that no one knows about. So they are building, and Jane's doing other things that's going on continuously. It's a bit like our Ouija boards. We never close our Ouija boards because we want to see what happens. Is the energy building up and building up? It seems to be to me, because we've had some great nights on the Ouija boards.
If you think about it, going back to last year as well, there's also the strange case of the Dibbit boxes that I received. I received these boxes in the post, addressed onto the magazine at my address, and no letter, just a box full of 4 boxes and some soil. Yeah. And I'm thinking, I said to Andy, I'm not having these in my house. So,
well, at first you didn't know what they even were, did you? You just got a box of boxes.
Yeah, so I took some pictures. Andy, what are these? He goes, whoa, they're Dibbit boxes. And I'm like, yeah, okay, and there's all this soil in the bottom, no letter. And then at the same time, I believe you had a message from somebody, from a media, saying, have you received the package?
Yeah, that's weird, wasn't it?
Yeah, on the same day, wasn't it? On the same day.
It was elaborate as well, wasn't it? I mean, it's a very elaborate chain of events to get this bunch of artifacts into your area. It's just really strange.
Yeah, I firmly believe items or spirits or people want to get here, and it might not be direct to us like them boxes. It come to you to get here. and we're having items sent to us from random people. But I just think they're destined to get here for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So what did it, obviously this morning followed the virtually the first year that you were up and running. How did that come about? Did they speak, did they read about it in the local paper and then the national online news? Did they contact you? Or no, how did that happen?
I'm not sure, to be honest. The first I knew about it, a lady from the production company at ITV this morning sent me an email asking me if I'd be interested to take some items onto the show. That was in, I think that was perhaps in April, May, and we opened in March, I think. Or I think we opened in March. So, you know, if you knew me before the centre, you know full well to do this sort of thing was way out of question. And the thought of being live on ITV this morning terrified me. And I remember being in work the night before I was going down. I was trying to think of all ways to get out of it. This is God's honest truth. And Hayley, one of the old team members, gave me some rescue remedy drops, and she said it'll calm me down.
Rescue remedy.
Yeah. And she said, just put a drop on your tongue and it'll calm you down. There's me, 10 drops in a little bit of water. I had to drive a van through central London as well, and that terrified me because I'm not a big fan of driving anyway. But 10 drops of it, I could have done anything. Seriously, if somebody said to me, the Queen was coming in, do you want to have a chat? I said, yeah, okay, sit her down. It's great stuff. So if anyone gets nervous, rescue remedy. It's fantastic.
So basically, you were on this morning, smacked off your tits.
Yes. Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah. Put in layman's terms, Andy. Yeah. I could have done anything that day. I was so chilled. It was fantastic.
Did you think that they would take the Mickey or not though? Did you think they were actually, did these kind of shows take the Mickey or not, or
well, I'd heard rumours about Philip Schofield. He doesn't believe in the paranormal. He did try and take the mickey out of me a bit, asking me about haunted toaster or something. Because they ran through the questions they were going to ask me anyway, but he threw that one in to try and catch me out. But it's up to them, isn't it? You know, it was.
Don't forget the activity.
Oh yeah, don't forget we put all the items in the studio the night before, and they left a camera on, and all the lights turned off because the night before. So that sort of freaked Holly out a bit.
Do something, didn't you?
And before I left him the night before, I said, "Please do something. Please do something." And I thought if they did something, that would take all the onus off me to make my job easier. Unfortunately, they turned all the power off in the studio, and the security man said, "There's no explanation for it. It's never happened before. He just can't explain it." So that was cool. Then, of course, you see, I was invited back in at the Halloween with Amethyst Realm, and I can't remember the medium's name. You know, with the bridal dog.
Oh,
bridal dog.
Yeah. Is Amethyst the one who married? She the mermaid, or she married a ghost? I can't remember.
She was marrying a ghost, but they fell out now anyway.
Right, the divorce.
But during the first time, the Sun newspaper put this picture on, didn't they? About when Philip Schofield was getting out of the chair, it looked like his leg was missing. It was camera angle, so I knew they were going to bring that up, and I was going to say, "Oh, it's not paranormal; it's camera angles." Because you know, I'm honest. You know, I'd love to have been real, but it weren't. So it was a good experience. I enjoyed it.
Good.
Whether I would ever go on TV again is another question, because people have asked me this before about going on telly. I'm not interested, to be honest.
Well,
and I've spoken to Jane about it, and it says unless it benefits the centre, I'm not really interested, to be honest.
I think paranormal TV divides the paranormal world anyway, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you caught the special Paranormal Captured last week, the dead of winter, just before Christmas. It was an hour and a half, and it was Jamaica Inn and Bodmin Jail. And to be fair, I quite enjoyed it because there was less clips of ghosts on YouTube, ghosts on that kind of thing, and more investigation. I think people want to see investigation, don't want to see clips after clip after clip. I think people want to see whether or not anything there happens or not. People want to see investigators investigate. I reckon. And I enjoyed it. Maybe it's because it was an hour and a half long. It was a bit longer, so the guys had MJ and Danny had more time. But I really enjoyed it, and I think Andy did too. Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. I think it's exactly the kind of format that can really, really work if it's given the opportunity to breathe in that way. And I think it wasn't necessarily start amounts of time of each investigation and a little bit of balance from the skeptical sort of academic side of things. And I think it's probably the kind of format that could work and run for quite a while if it's given the opportunity to do so, because that's the thing with British paranormal telly, is that we don't necessarily give it the same chance that the Americans do. So fingers crossed this gets a good opportunity of a second series and runs with it in this way.
I totally agree. And I've watched loads of YouTube paranormal teams. Quite a few of them focus on just the investigation, but some try and be most haunted, and the others that you yap too long. I don't like that. I just want to see them investigate, like you guys have said.
Well, when we try and cut together what we do, it's based on banter and whatever evidence we can get. So if we can get that right mix of just a little bit of who we are, but what we're trying to do, and we're trying to do it with a smile on our faces, then I think that makes a bit of a difference. I mean, you can get a pretty generic formula for what's on TV at the moment, but these shows are starting not to get recommissioned. People want something fresh, and I think they also want that element of being at home and being a part of what's going on.
I agree.
I think the mood's changing.
I agree.
I agree. I think also they want to see people, like Danny, and like Hazel and Laurie. These people are on Twitter. We interact with them. We chat to them, and it's if we know them. So it's nice to be able to see that. Oh, yeah, that's Hazel and that's Laurie from. So it's nice and that kind of thing. I wanted to ask you quickly before I forget. I've just wrote something down. Higgy Pop, Neil. Congratulations.
Thank you.
On winning. Now, your show, your streams have gone from one show to so many types of shows. How and why? What was the plan for that originally?
He was bored.
I was bored. I was bored. And congratulations to you guys as well, winning Best Magazine.
Congrats.
There's only one magazine in it. No disrespect to others. With our show, the interesting thing is our show's changing next year. I know.
So you've won, and you're now going to change it. That's brilliant. That's really
so we'll change it, and because me and Jane have been doing the Haunted Connection show. I know it's called Paraology Show at the Castle Mead Radio. So we've been doing it a long time, and eventually, like I've said, I get bored. So I had plans of changing it anyway. But the way the other shows come on, it's not just us. We're not professionals. There's lots of people who want to talk about the paranormal. So I just had this idea of inviting people. If you want to have a show on the HAPRC live feeds channel, do it. You can talk about anything you want. Obviously, there are rules. They're not allowed to mention some certain teams because I don't want to give them any of my airtime, if that's the right word. We don't do drama. So we don't want to get into arguments because that's just drama. I leave that to other people. I know the Haunted Magazine gets into some arguments because you stand up. It's not arguments. You stand up to people being ripped off, basically.
Yeah, we do, and this is the thing. People think sometimes we spin a wheel and it says, "Who can we pick on now?" We don't. We get asked to get involved, and a lot of the first 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 weeks, we are messaging the company, say, "Oi, please do pay up. Is there a problem?"
Behind the scenes,
rather than block Mr. and Mrs. X who've paid £100. Why not explain to them what your problem is? If you block somebody, they're going to go to chat page after chat page and belittle the company. So rather than do that, talk to them. So we sometimes act as a middleman to try and get, and a lot of cases get resolved before anybody knows about it, and that's as it should be. But there's always there are some idiots who think they're better than the rest of the world and think, no, we're not paying, and then it may slip out. But we never ever decide to get involved unless we're asked to, and I believe we should get involved if we're asked to. We should say something. You know, we are a consumer magazine. Why do we dismiss a wrongdoing as, oh yeah, it's fine, you know, it's your money, you've wasted it, you know, you spiffed it away, that's fine. But no, we should get involved, you know, and rightly so. So,
and also with our shows, I'm also very lazy. So I thought, well, I can have a show on every day of the week and only do one of them.
Well,
it's easy,
a lot of paranormal networks have been trying to do what you've done for 2 or 3 to 4 years, and now you've done it in a year or a year and a bit. So, you know, not many shows have a show, you know, the Confession Show, you know, not many networks have a show like that, and every show is different, and the presenters are people are, like you say, mate, like Kelly, lovers of the paranormal. You know, they've got no they don't want to be a radio presenter, but they just love talking about the paranormal so much that they are a presenter on your network. So it's a cracking idea.
The lockdown loonies on Christmas Eve, I think, how many views have they had now? Over 65,000 or something?
65,000 views.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Okay, we normally get about, it's not about views, but we normally get 300, 500. And I'm not, I always look at the views, obviously, because you want to know if people are interested in what you're doing. But I'm not bothered about having 100,000 views. That doesn't interest me. Asking people to send us stars doesn't interest me.
I didn't realise there were these stars until about three months ago. I thought, what's these stars people are talking about?
Yeah.
I regard myself very lucky that we've got the centre. You know, we can come and do anything we want with experiments or opening anything up we want. And we're lucky that so many people do like watching what we do, and they are part of the community, which is fantastic. It's more than I could have ever wished for, to be honest.
Brilliant, mate. Brilliant. I mean, you know, as I said before, when Andy was off the air, I said to Neil and Jane that we've loved the place since we first walked in. And we have the pleasure of doing events there and our lives and private events. And it's just, there's something about the place. In fact, there's something about Leicestershire. I don't know what it is. We you know, our locations are Bosworth Hall and your centre. And what, 5-10 minutes, 15-minute drive from each other.
Yeah.
You know, and both amazing locations. And there is something about Leicester. I don't know whether it's because it's the middle of the country or whether it's, you know, whether it's you know, the Civil War, all that and everything. There's just something about there. I mean, have you researched Inkley or not? Are you trying to find out more about the location as well?
I've sort of got a little of a background project going on at the minute to look at ley lines to see if the centre and, you know, places like you say, Bosworth Hall and that sort of thing, all fit into some sort of pattern of ley lines. So that's just something I'm working on at the moment.
I think Leicestershire as a whole, it's a bit untapped within the paranormal field because there's not that many locations that teams go to.
No, I think you're right. I don't think there's that many, but I think that may help. But what I think Jane's right as well. Ley lines. I mean, you know, it's the astral highways and everything. That could be a thing. I mean, the church across the road from you guys. That church looks very old. The the high street where you are looks very old as well. It looks even though it's modernised, it looks an old street.
I think the town was originally sort of started in the 1100s. Hinkley Market itself has been going since 1350, and the centre is, you know, is sitting on the edge of the marketplace. So there's been some sort of premises there on the edge of the marketplace for probably 600, 700, 800 years, probably. You know, so we know there's lots of layers of history there, and there's so many people that have lived and died and worked there. So that's one of the reasons why I think the centre is so interesting. It's not looking necessarily at the building itself, although we know the building's haunted, but the site itself is just so interesting anyway.
Yeah. And also, isn't Leicestershire? Isn't there a place in Leicester or Leicestershire or Nuneaton somewhere that's actually been classed as the centre of England?
Yeah, that's on. Have you heard of the Myra?
I've heard of it. Yeah,
It's on the 8th. They used to say Meriden is the centre of England, but it isn't. In a field not far from the village where I was born and brought up, just between Higham and the Myra, there's a big white stone statue thing, and that is the dead centre of England.
See, the dead centre, that says everything.
But there is another one, the Roman one. Isn't there another one just down the A5? The Roman one, which was supposed to be the dead centre of the UK, is down the road on the A5.
Yeah.
And they say that the new centre, which is where Neil was talking about, because of land erosion and stuff like that, it's actually the centre's actually changed.
Yeah,
because I heard of some kind of like NIF. Is it Fenny Drayton, something like that?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've got family. Well, my wife's got family in Nuneaton, and we come down sometimes. And there's so many villages, Sheepy Magna, and so many little villages en route. You know, they must have history too and everything. And you drive past them, and there's hardly anything there. And it's like
talk about Fenny Drayton. That's where Dick Turpin stayed overnight on his famous ride from London to York. He actually stayed in Fenny Drayton.
See, you learn so much just by doing an hour's radio show.
And the Cock Inn at Sibston was one of his regular haunts as a drinking place anyway. He used to hide there.
Cool. So, I talk about books. Andy's got had a book out.
Yeah.
Neil has got a book out. Jane, are you doing one or?
People keep asking me to do one. You know, my book of drawings that I've got of all the spirits and stuff of the centre and that. People keep asking me to sort of do a book on that, but I think if I did a book on that and published it, it would sort of give the game away a lot, really, because people, I don't know, this is a thought I've just, you said, we know so much about the centre, but we don't always give it away because we don't want to put all that power of suggestion into people's minds before they come and investigate. You know, when they come and investigate, if they see and find what I've got in my book or what we've experienced, we can confirm that. But it's a case of, if I put it out there, people are going to walk in and just automatically say, oh, well, that's the cobbler, or that's the so-and-so, or that's the so-and-so, without actually working at it and investigating properly to find the answers.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Yeah, I agree with you. Neil, your book can obviously contain some of the stuff that Jane's talked about. But your book's probably volume 1. There's more to come, I believe. You've gone to a certain point, yeah? Yeah,
it's taking us up to basically lockdown. And by the way, Andy, fantastic cover and title.
Yeah,
amazing. Brilliant. As always, I'm so impressed with your work. My book Mercurius and the Shattered Mirror, that's just how I started and basically how the centre started. And we've got other ideas for other books. I'm thinking about doing actually a fiction book perhaps next of an actual event at the centre.
Brilliant.
But we'll see.
Good. Any questions, Anne?
Could you not tie the fictional element into a factual book? Could you not have the two kind of blend in together?
Oh yeah, that's quite easy. Yeah.
Based on the true story.
I don't want to give too much away, but
with some illustrations, of course. You know, the one that this book is never going to appear.
Well, to be honest, I got the idea for this fiction book because my son Ben, he did his degree in media studies, and part of it was write a paranormal story. So he asked me if I got any ideas. So I gave him this idea of something that's happened at the centre, and he wrote the start of this script for this play. I thought that's really good. I'm going to develop that and go to the full story of what happened. And there's more bits to come to the story as well.
Well, it's amazing.
That sounds very good.
They know all about it.
It's amazing where stories start from. I mean, if I may talk on behalf of Andy, his book started from, I believe, a school project from Jack, his son. So, yeah.
It's basically, yeah, you're talking about almost a flip of the way 72 Minutes in the Woods started. I mean, Jack very much came up with the seed of an idea, and we were bouncing this back and forth for quite a while. He wanted to make a computer game in a very short space of time at the age of 12, with no actual knowledge of how to create a computer game. And then we started kind of forming, I could see a story and where this story was going to go. And the story is still evolving, because there's a second one when I actually get down to writing more for it. There's about 20,000 words that's now been written for it. But again, I think the key for anybody that's a budding writer in any way, shape or form is just sit down and write and try it, and you'll be amazed at what eventually comes out. The first bit, let's be honest, is not going to be very good, but the more you do it and the more you keep at it, you start developing something that you become incredibly passionate about, which is exactly where this book went. And I'm thrilled that Jack and I really kind of came together with this, and I'm thrilled with the end product, which I'd love to adapt visually. But it's been a strange old time in 2020 of trying to get things done.
It has, but next year's obviously, you know, Jane's sort of had a year's holiday. But we've got so many plans for next year when Jane's back up the centre. It's next year, you know, the centre's progressed well, but I think next year we're going to up it another 5 levels personally.
It's a
very tall building.
I've had some stuff specially made for some new experiments, so I'm looking forward to working with that.
So
I think, you know, I think the paranormal since March has had a bit of a well, in my opinion, I've missed ghost hunting. I don't know anybody else if they've missed it, but I've missed it loads. But I've still not forgot about it. My passion for it is double, triple. I've read, I've researched, I've written. You know, it's not like something you can sort of like put in a cupboard till next time you go. You know what I mean? So it's always with us. It's always part of us. And I just can't wait to get back out there and everything. But I know that when we do go back out there, it'll be intense. It'll be amazing. And in fact, I played the clip of Barry Guy in the chair the other day. It was on my timeline, you know, on my Facebook timeline, because it was December, so it was about anniversary time, about 2 years. And you can actually see the chair move. He actually moves, and then he shoots out of there. And then the table, you know, we can never leave the table down. You know, that just blew us away. And what I liked about it is that it was at your location, but also Barry was there. There was somebody else there apart from just us 5. You know, it was a great moment. And
you can't, you know, when you see Barry's expression and his reaction, you know, you can see that that is genuine, because it's really, you know, it's really sort of shocked him, you know, to get such activity, and it was great. It's a great bit of evidence. I still love to watch it now.
Yeah, I do.
It's that total lack of expectation that anything's going to happen, and then it happens. That's what it's all about.
No, you couldn't fake your reactions.
No,
at all.
There's a few swear words. Yeah, for some reason I'm on camera. I'm filming it, and I know Barry sat down, Simon sat down, JP sat down, Jason's to my right, and I think Andy's close by. Not sat down, are you, Andy? Are you
I was sat down. Yeah, I was sat down.
So I'm filming it, and then Barry's saying, Simon saying, "Can you make the table move?" And then Barry said, "Well, let's take his hands off." So all the hands are off, and then it freaking moved like this. It was like this. So I'm like, "Whoa!" Simon's effing and blinding. So for some reason, I go, "We're all here. We're all here." I don't know why I said that. It's just something, you know. Oh dear.
But one of the things that doesn't come across on the video is the fact that how heavy that table is. You can't see how heavy that table is. And you know, I know some people have said, "Oh, well, we'd like to see some footage of under the table to see what's happening." But if you know that table and you know that room, that table, you physically, even with your feet, you would have a job moving that table because it's such a solid, heavy table.
You would fully have to use your entire leg and forcibly do it, and you would be seen when the camera pulls back. Any kind of movement as such, and because of that tablecloth, the table moving, it was all the way around. Apart from the fact that it just shifted, it was incredible. It was wild to be filming it.
Yeah. Anyway, when we get out of all these lockdowns, I hope your first live is back at the centre.
Mate, it will be definitely. What we could do is we could get a vaccine, have us jabs live on television, live on Facebook, and then do a ghost hunt straight away. What do you reckon, eh?
Or delivered by a ghost.
Yes.
Nobody's done this. Come on, it's a first.
That'd be a great one.
Or does one of us have to be dead to be able to have it?
Yeah. We'll draw for that part.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for having us on. I think it's great what you're doing. These 6 nights of live, so many different teams, so many great teams, so many small teams who deserve recognition.
That's the whole point of it. Yeah. And what's pleased me, I've had so many messages this week from teams saying, "I followed that team. I followed that team. We're friends with that team now," and that's all. That's fantastic. But me and Jane have been talking about it, and because it's been received so well, we'll tell you first. We obviously we're going to change it, but we're going to do it again in the summer.
Hey. Well, you know, this is the beauty of I will say beauty. This is the positive of lockdown. We've lent our hand to different talents, and we've brought the paranormal to people in a different way. And it's brilliant. So thank you for letting us twist the tables and interview you guys for a change.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Happy New Year to you both.
And
you. Very, very, very happy New Year to you both.
Yeah, and to all
everybody.
And you too.
So
do you know what? It's my last chemo tomorrow. I can't sound excited, but it's my last chemo tomorrow. So I'm facing the new year with real hope and positivity.
Positives, yeah.
I tell you what, Jane, the first time I see you, I will make you a green tea. Definitely.
Yeah, I sure look forward to that.
She's not that excited.
No.
And only one bag.
Abort mission.
So thanks very much, guys. Thanks
you guys. Bye-bye, everybody.
Your support has been fantastic as always, and I'm going to kick you out.
Yeah, take care. Happy New Year to you both. Lovely to see you again. Bye.
Okay, let's kick him from the studio. That's Paul gone. That's Andy gone. Oh, sorry.
He's kicked Andy out.
I've kicked Andy out, the other Andy. So we've got our message him saying, apologise for me. That was fun, wasn't it?
It was. It's always great catching up with those guys. I love them to bits. And I've also got my next article half written for the magazine, so I need to get that. I need to get that finished and sent off.
Okay. Okay. We have got one more guest coming tonight. I think Amy is going to sort of half social distance me because we have got Andy from Ghost Hunter Tours coming on. But I've kicked him out.
You've got a bit too happy there, haven't you, boss?
I'm just enjoying kicking people out so much.
He's kicked the wrong person out.
I've noticed.
I love it when I can just.
I think you're enjoying that far too much, more than you should.
I can mute the mics as well. It's fantastic. I'm gonna try this at home. You won't hear that, will you?
Well, can't you take the thing out?
I've got no speakers.
What do you mean you've got no speakers? Give me one of your earphones.
Oh God.
Hang on.
This is not social distancing, is it? So hopefully Andy. This ain't gonna work, is it?
Of course it is.
There we go. Here's Andy back.
Here she comes to wreck the day.
Hello, Andrew.
Hey, good evening. How are you?
I'm good. I'm being hassled by this woman here.
Apparently, she's not making very much tea this evening.
No,
I think I've only had one cup of tea.
You've had two.
Or two.
You've had 2 pots. It's more
So,
than you deserve.
Anyway, our final night of our final hour of night 4. So, welcome, and it's the first time we spoke to you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's great to be here. Thank you, mate.
All right, thanks for coming. Okay then. So, introduce yourself, Andrew, and tell everybody who you are and who your team is.
Okay, well, my name's Andrew Ayres, and I'm one half of the owners of Ghost Hunter Tours. We're a events company. I'm down in Kent, in Maidstone, home of the COVID spreaders currently. And it's what, mate?
It's your fault then.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
yeah. You Southerners.
What can I say? So we've got about 60 investigators that work for us, and we cover all events UK wide.
Blimey, that you go everywhere, don't you?
We do. We're trying to go a little bit further afield as well. We're trying to get into Europe and probably across the pond to America as well. But obviously things have been held up with us for this year.
Well, that's very ambitious. So how long has your company Ghost Hunter Tours been going?
In its current guise of Ghost Hunter Tours, we've been running about 5 years. We've been associated with the paranormal and all sort of things psychic for about 20 years. Our background is we used to do a lot of psychic events and sort of promotion for sort of prominent psychics, and we used to do lots of live events with psychics doing stage shows, and then we sort of naturally progressed on to the paranormal. So we do very little with the psychics now. And a lot more with the paranormal. Having said that, I've done very little with that this year. I've got an amazing looking garden.
Yeah, I reckon after during the first lockdown, everyone's garden the fence was painted and all the jobs done.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, a couple of comments then. This is one of my favourite comments all night. Willie Stewart said, "I'm his favourite."
He is. He's definitely my favourite.
He's got to be one of the nuttiest people you've ever met, hasn't he?
Do you know what? We are absolutely blessed with the crews that we've got. Each and every one of them are great fun, totally off centre and mad as a box of frogs, and I love it that way. Honestly, they're second to none investigators, but they're just great to be around. The whole lot of them.
Yeah. I just can't get rid of this one.
I do think though you do have to be bonkers to work in this field.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it definitely helps. And to be honest with you, I love it because it makes it a lot more fun.
Yeah. Okay, another comment from Willie. Midlands crew rule. And Dee says, "We do, Willie." It looks like all your. It does sound wrong, doesn't it? James just got that. So
they're crazy.
So do you personally go out investigating as well, or do you just run it?
Yeah, no, I go out. I'm because I'm down south. I tend to sort of stay sort of fairly local. Well, in a big circle around south. Do travel up to meet up
Okay. Are you froze?
Oh,
as much as I can. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Brilliant. Okay. Dee said, "Oops." Will that Willie comment? And Sarah says the Coven will fight you for the title, Willie Stewart. So where does Sarah come from?
Right, so she's down south, and all our little teams have got little names. So Sarah's part of the Coven. So one of our crews is all girls, and they're all witches. So they're one of our hosting teams down south.
I bet they have some fun then, don't they?
It's like looking after St. Trinians, honestly.
Ah, you lucky devil. So you got a question,
they're good,
Jane?
actually.
You got a question, Jane?
Sorry?
Do you have a
So
question?
have you always had an interest from into the paranormal, even from a youngster, or was it something that came on sort of later on in life?
Bit of a late bloomer with it, to be honest with you. When we were doing a lot of the psychic stuff, a lot of the people that we were working with were involved in it, so the interest really sort of naturally grew that way. So a lot of the people that we were working with were doing ghost hunting and paranormal investigations as well, and we just sort of got hooked on it really, and that's our progression into it. Love it. Can't stop now.
Brilliant. Okay, the Brecon Beacons Paranormal says, don't forget the Welsh.
That's a part of our Welsh crew. They're a great lot, actually. They really, really are. Love people.
I love Shell.
So how many groups have you got? I know you got the Midlands, because they're the crazy bunch we know.
Yeah.
So you got the Welsh and the Coven.
Yeah, so we got another lot Midlands based, which are Tamworth, Nicky Goldengale and Bishop, those guys. Yeah. Down south we got the Coven, and we got another crew sort of based around Sussex, Brighton way, and then we got another crew up towards Scotland as well.
Blimey! So how do you control all them?
Honestly, you've worked with them. How can you control them, Neil? All I have to say is that we've got an event somewhere, and try and look after that lot and try and keep that lot in check. It's just they need to know that there's an event somewhere and they need to be there, and we just have to kind of let it roll. Really, they're all naughty.
And hope for the best.
It's best way, because you can't tell them anyway.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Did you hear the story about Amy with a stapler?
No, I haven't heard that. What is it?
Okay, whatever you do, don't let this one loose with a staple gun anywhere near power cables.
I'll blow the electrics.
In your place?
Yeah, she stapled some black material up on the landing, and she went through an extension cable.
Yeah, and all I saw was a great big puff of smoke. I heard a massive bang and a great big flash of blue light.
And she says,
and I blew the electric.
And she says, Neil. So crazy.
It's what happens when you have the YTS, Neil.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't mind, but I'll pay her almost as megabucks as I pay Jane. Well, there's your wage packet.
I did hear a bit of a legend.
YTS.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, young.
Not many people would know what the YTS is.
No, they wouldn't, would they?
No,
these youngsters.
No, I did hear a bit of a legend yesterday from one of your guests about catching sight of your wallet. Is that just a vicious rumor in that place?
That's just a rumor.
No, there's more mobs. There's more mobs.
That will never ever happen.
Trust me.
It's like having Bigfoot walking.
Yeah, you got more chance of Bigfoot walking up these stairs.
Yeah.
I don't. Gary, who's Gary Taylor?
Gary's the other half of Andy.
Okay.
He's the boss.
Gary says Amy better do a good job on my Spirit of St. Louis.
Yeah, he's actually one of the spirit boxes
I'm
working on.
She's She makes good stuff, but she's very, very slow. She's been doing me a writing planchette for about 2 years now.
Yeah, but just think of the quality of it.
It looks like a toy moment now. It's got an hole in the middle.
So, okay, Jane, you got a question for Andy?
Yes, what have you got planned once we can get back out into lockdown? What's sort of the future for Ghost Hunter Tours?
Well, I mean, as you can imagine, like all the other guys that are similar to us in the event space, we have had to cancel a lot of events. So obviously we've got to get those rebooked in. We have to book events, even though possibly we know that we might have to cancel them, because we can't really let our feet go to sleep, because if suddenly everything becomes normal, you know, I'm not suggesting it will, but it just might, and we haven't got any events ready to go. We kind of have to do business as normal, and keeping our fingers crossed that things move. I mean, we was due to be at your place on, was it Saturday, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's
how long do you think it might be before we get back to normal, or what is the new normal?
I'm going to test your psychic gift. You tell me.
Well, I'm not a psychic. I don't work psychically. I work with spirit. I work spiritually.
they won't tell us. These ghosts, they don't give a lot away.
No, they don't. Do you know what? I don't know is the honest answer. I was ever hopeful for sort of like middle of January to sort of start going back out, being eventing again and things like that. But as I said earlier, down here it's become the real hotspot for it, and I think, you know, we were early into tier 4, and it's really apparently very, very bad down here. I've given up kind of watching the news because it's a little bit too depressing for me.
I haven't watched the news in months.
Yeah.
No.
I rely on everyone else to tell me now.
Yeah, I mean, what I'd like to do is, because I mean, you know, everyone wants something to look forward to, and we're constantly disappointing our guests by saying, "Sorry, guys, this one's cancelled. We can't do it." I just love to give those people that we've been, you know, and we're on some events we're on the 3rd time of cancelling it for certain venues. The guests have been absolutely brilliant and they understand it, but I'd love to be able to give them some really good news very soon.
Yeah, I must admit, all the teams that we've had to postpone have been amazing. You know, they've all paid me deposits, and there's only one that's asked for the deposit back. The rest have said, "Well, keep the deposit because we'll rebook when we can." So that's fantastic.
I think to be honest with you, we're all in this together, aren't we? So we're all sort of independent little businesses. And I mean, you know, if we can afford to let you to hang on to the money, you know, we would. We've done that with a lot of venues, and you know, we've bumped over the sort of deposits onto other dates that we've got and things like that. So we're trying to keep the money with the people to try and keep it alive, because if everyone asks for their money back, imagine if that had happened to you at your place, it puts you on really precarious ground, because you might not be there for us if everyone wanted their money back.
That's
You had to go and get a job.
I've had to get a job, and I'm gutted. I was enjoying my retirement.
What are you doing? What are you doing for work then?
I'm actually working in a COVID-19 testing centre.
I've just noticed Amy's just moved away 5 feet.
Yeah. Well, I saw this. I was talking to my wife Julia. I said, "Look, I suppose I better get a job because to get some income." And I saw this job advertised, and I thought, well, COVID shut me down, so COVID can pay me.
So what do you have to do?
Well, it's a doddle of a job. I just, people with symptoms come in, and I just take them to bays, and they test themselves, and then we send the tests away. So it's a good job. It's an interesting job. You meet people, and I have actually noticed, since I've been doing it just over a week actually, so it's relatively new. The number of youngsters coming in really scared about this virus. I'm surprised by that. Yeah. Now I thought it was going to tend to be older people, you know, 50s, 60s, but the average age must be 20, and they're really quite scared about it.
Yes, that is scary. And thanks for just putting me into the oldie bracket there. Thanks for that.
That's okay.
Well, I think the people who knows that in the older bracket are isolating anyway. They're not going to the pubs or whatever, are they? They tend to be the ones who are isolating that, but it's the youngsters that tend to be out and about and doing stuff.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah,
most
let's put some comments up. Willie says, yeah, same here with my Ouija board.
Oh no! He's supposed to be getting me the wood.
Then Willie says, was gutted when we got locked down after Halloween weekend as it was so good.
It was a good weekend. Like Willie came down to Kent.
Yeah. Bracken Beacons, Paranormal says, missing it all so much too.
Yeah, we're missing you guys.
Yeah, D said just before Drakelow, yeah.
Yeah, you was meant to be with us, weren't you?
We were popping down to film down there. Vaughn says, I think we will get a clearer picture come July and August. That's a long way away, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sarah says Halloween at Dover Castle was outstanding.
It was a good 2-dayer. We did 2 nights there. It was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, because we was at St Augustine's and the night after then.
One says it will either finish up, we carry on as we are if vaccines don't give the results, or we start with a new normal.
That'd be sad.
I think it is going to be a new normal
in
the long run. It's not going to go back to the way it was. But
that's sad. That is really, isn't it?
It is sad, but you know, I don't know what the answer is. Hopefully the vaccine works, but I'm not sure about it, to be honest.
Yeah.
And of course, I'll tell everyone who's watching, it's very generous of Ghost Hunter Tours. You give all our members, the HHPRC members, 10% discount on all your events. So that's fantastic. And also, you're going to let us come and do some filming before your guests arrive on some events as well, aren't you?
Yeah, most definitely. So you just need to let us know, because I mean, I think you've missed a couple that you was going to come and have a go at, wasn't you?
Yeah. So that's something, and Jane will get involved with as well when Jane's set free.
I want to break free.
It'd be lovely to see you guys. I mean, although we've, as a company, we've been to your place. I've never been there, and I've never met you guys. So that would be really nice.
Come up, because
I will do that.
It's a strange place. I don't know what it is about. We've had this conversation loads of times. It's as if the centre's a living entity, and it gets you. Hence, I can't get rid of.
You was only giving me a key.
I've tried.
What made you buy that place then, or start that place up, Neil? I don't really know the story of it.
Well, I started. Well, we used to. Well, I've known Jane for years and years and years. So we used to co-own. I used to co-own a venues group, a bit like you, not as big as you. I quickly decided I didn't want to babysit guests. That's not what I wanted to do. So then we went investigating, didn't we, Jane?
Yeah. And
that really didn't grab hold of me. So I thought about haunted objects, and I thought antiques were, if any object was to hold onto energy, it would be antiques. So that's where it started. And then I started collecting interesting antiques. So many people asked to come, and I did live feeds. It's basically put an item on the table and filmed it for an hour.
Yeah.
To see what people picked up, and it proved really successful. So many people wanted to come and see the items. I thought, well, I'll have a look for the building, and so I came across this, and I rent this place, and we expanded in February. So not many people investigated the whole floor, because we opened in February, come March we locked down.
Yeah.
And we opened for perhaps a month or 2 months after that. Then we've had to close down again. So there's so much more to come. And
I think we managed to
go on.
I think we managed to creep in there in the bit when you was open, didn't we, Amy?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
But the good that we do regard ourselves as very lucky to have the place, because we can, Jane basically can set up experiments and just leave them running. Jane started an experiment 2.5 years ago. Jane, was it the first one? 2.5 years ago. And I'm not saying what it is, because that will give the game away. But that experiment has been running 2.5 years. And it's interesting when people can pick up on it and they'll say such and such, and I'll say, yeah, keep going. So we're very lucky.
So
Do you
I
think that
think in all
experiment?
that sessions most weekends as well.
Yeah.
Do you think that experiment will end before you get your planchette?
Probably. Probably.
Yeah, Neil will be stuffed and in the corner by then.
I just need to sand it down a bit now.
You know, and when we get new items, like, you know, in the war room especially, Jane's set off experiments, and it's an ongoing thing, which is fantastic, and no one else has got that opportunity.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I might have something really interesting for you that I'll get up to you, so you can have a little look at it and you can look after it if you want to.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, we'll take anything.
Well, it's took me.
But the thing is, people have asked me, is there anything you wouldn't take, any object you wouldn't have? And I said, no, I'd take any. You know, if we got offered the real Annabelle doll,
yeah,
we'd take yes. But I guarantee it wouldn't be behind glass. Do you agree, Jane?
Yeah.
So because we want to push as far as we can.
Yeah, no, I think that's important. Your research centre. So, what do you think's the most haunted object you've got there?
Oh, difficult one.
The mirror's quite.
What do you reckon, Jane? You answer first, then I'll have a think.
Well, there's many items with sort of interesting energies with them, and they're all great to work with. But for me, I think it's got to be the mirror, the big mirror in the seance room, because that is still so interesting. We've done quite a bit with it already, but there's just so much more to do with that. I think it's going to show us so much more interesting activity that we may not have encountered before. And I think that's, with it being a portal as such, there's just so much stuff coming in and out of it, and it's just understanding how and where and who they are, and that's all part of the mystery that we want to work for. The biggest thing that drives me is finding the truth behind all this stuff.
Yeah, we're all learning.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
So, is there any location in the UK that you've not got your team into that you want to?
Oh wow! To be honest with you, I think we've cracked a lot of the locations that we want to do. We've got a big kind of hit list that we could probably, we work very open with all the guys that are the investigators and the crew members, and we rely on their suggestions of places that they want to do. We normally follow up on those, and we're normally pretty successful at getting into those. Chislehurst Caves is a place that I'd like to get into, which is on our doorstep. Unfortunately, I don't think that's ever going to happen. We've been in conversation with them and had an introduction from a sort of quite a good source into the owner of it, and unfortunately, they're not interested in it. It's just not something that floats their boat, unfortunately. So that's kind of my location that I'd love to get to.
Okay, Trudy's got a suggestion for you. I think you know Trudy.
Yeah.
Trudy
says, she's in the coven.
London Underground.
Yeah, most definitely. That would be interesting.
There is one station that's completely unused, isn't there? I can't remember what it was. I think most haunted went there many years ago. So
yeah,
what's your favourite location?
Oh wow! Now I'm a bit spoilt for choice because we get to visit some cracking locations.
Yeah.
So, from our guests love a place called Preston Manor down in Brighton, which is an absolutely brilliant location. Very, very strange. You've got a great sense of being followed in there. It's run by the council, and all the people that look after the building have got a story to tell about that place. Very, very weird, very odd. I like Fort Widley down in Portsmouth. Had some really good stuff happened in there. At last Christmas time, we had a great big growl come at a couple of us. That was pretty interesting. That was a proper brown trouser moment, to be honest with you. I never knew I could run so fast. One of my colleagues, Craig, he just said, "That don't sound good." And I didn't say what because I wasn't there to listen to it. I'd already gone for the door, to be honest with you. So
the secret is right. If you're going to run, make sure you trip the person up behind you first, so they got them first, and then you're ready to leg it.
I would have been a gold medal winner. Honestly, I've never seen myself move quite so quickly. No, that's a good. So press the man at that. You guys like Amy, like Bow Manor Hall, don't you?
Yeah, I love Bow Manor. We've only just scratched the surface with that place.
Yeah, most definitely. St Augustine's is a great place that we do as well down in Westgate. That's an epic place. Got a proper church and chapel in it, so that's
amazing
something.
In there.
Yeah, it really, really is. If you ever
and
fancy
Dover Castle as well. Dover Castle's a great location.
Yeah, it is. It really, really is. It's just as soon as you sort of enter that place, it's just incredible because you're just overwhelmed in the history of that place as well. So not only is it a great night for investigating, it's just a place that's just full of history. So that's really good. Oh, and of course your place. Your place is not bad.
Well done. Well done.
I'm glad you remembered that.
Sorry, it's on my notes here.
Okay. A few more comments. Trudy again says we need the Tower London.
That's a private residence.
You wish, eh?
Yeah.
I'd love to do that.
Willie says I love Graucourt Hotel.
It's Burton.
Yeah, we did that. I think it's closed down now, unfortunately. Yeah. We did that a couple of times.
Okay then. Von says, what advice could you give someone who would want to take groups out?
What for like
taking guests?
Okay. Well, I mean, we're very, very lucky. We built up a lovely, nice following of our guests, and we treat all our guests as our friends. And I think, to be honest with you, we really get to know the people that we take out. I think the best bit of advice is treat the guests how you want to be treated yourself. And treat them in the way. Give them a really, really good night, and sort of have time for them.
Yeah. So have you ever come across any not so nice guests?
We have actually. Yeah, we have, and and I think Willie and Dee dealt with them for us when we was in Derby Jail.
Yeah,
we had
that night.
Yeah, so we had. We like all event companies, we tell people that they mustn't turn up drunk or drugged or anything like that. And that venue, great location, but every time we go there, they just turn up drunk. You just get guests that just turn up drunk and loud. We had them, and they just disturb the night for people, and there's no way they're going to come in. So luckily, our doorman Willie dealt with that for us. And it was quite interesting. Next day, they tried to get on the phone to Richard Felix to ask for a refund because they felt it was a bit unjust. He told them to clear off. They phoned me, and I told them to clear off. So we do get them, but it's normally that would be the reason if they arrive in that sort of state, and we just don't let them in. To be honest with you, no ifs or buts. They could just ruin it for everyone else, really.
Spirits and spirits don't mix.
No. Have you ever had guests who were completely not interested? It tends to be husbands who get dragged along with the wives. We found in our venue days.
It is. I think you're right. That when you're doing the sort of the briefing at the start, they're the ones with the arms folded, and they're definitely the drag-alongs. The other thing that we do a lot of corporate stuff, like Christmas parties for companies and things like that. And we've had a few of those where the groups of people their employers have treated them to a night doing what we do, and they're just not interested. It's a jolly. They've been out for the meal and everything like that beforehand, and they come for this. And normally in sort of the briefing, we would say, has anyone been before? And we had a whole night of these people. Anyone been before? Not a single one had been, and there was like 25 of them. Anyone interested in this stuff? Not a thing. So now we just know that we would do better just opening a bar up. Do you know what I mean? So, but yeah, so they weren't horrible. Guess it just wasn't. It wouldn't be something they would be buying a ticket for. To be honest with you, they're just going because it's a work do, really.
Yeah, it makes it hard work for the team, though, doesn't it?
It does,
yeah. I was lucky I wasn't running a group that night, so it was all right. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you've only. I was just going to say, I think you've only had one team, haven't you, Neil, where you've had to kick them out because they were completely disinterested.
Oh, at the centre, yeah. I kicked a whole team out one night.
What? That come by choice?
Yeah, it was a night that at the very start we used to have our own guests because teams weren't booking every week, so we did a night on our own, and
yeah,
there was only 6 of them, and as soon as I opened the door down the bottom of the stairs, they says if I knew what it was I wouldn't have come. I says, well, you ain't going to get out now. So I said, but you can come on. So they sat in the tea room, not saying a word, not interested. I was on my own, I think, as well, telling about the equipment and what we're going to do. Oh, this is boring. I says, okay, then, do you all feel it's going to be boring? Yes. I says, so what have you come for? Because she wanted to come, and pointed to this girl. I says, well, are you interested? And she says, not really. I just thought it'd be a bit of a laugh. And I says, tell you what, I'll transfer the money back over you. You can go out. You can get out now. I says, I'm not even going to waste my time.
You just know, didn't you?
And because I thought, because I knew I'd be losing my temper, and the last thing I want to do is lose my temper. But
that's a bit worrying that the girl that wanted to come didn't want to stay. We've all been trying to tell you, Neil, when we turn up. Sorry, mate. I know it's a bit harsh, but
it's ridiculous. I don't understand it.
Bizarre.
Okay, Willie says, so far not had a bad night working for GHT. I absolutely love it.
We all do.
Can we just mark Willie down for a bonus there? Thank you, Willie. Good boy.
Kay says, I love the oh my God moment when someone can't explain what they just experienced.
Oh, brilliant. Kay's part of our Wales team.
Yeah, that's
I must admit, then when that happens, it makes up for all the naff nights, doesn't it?
True, do creep, Willie.
Jacqueline, I love your picture, your profile picture, Jacqueline. It's such a shame as it ruins the energy for others.
Yeah,
Jackie's one of our Southern crew. She's a lovely lady.
Yeah, loves David Bowie by the looks of it. Trudy says, really? What is the creep? Oh, they're all creeping now, look. Brecon Beacons, we all love Andy and the GHT crews.
This is going to cost me a lot of money, isn't it?
It's going to cost me a lot of money.
Willie says, normally oh my God moments are something I've done. Why?
If it's not him, it's me.
Why does that not surprise me, Willie? Jacqueline said, thanks. I think that's about me saying the picture's good.
Yeah.
So you got a question, Jane?
Yes.
It's a starter for 5.
When you've been out yourself, what have you found some really sort of good evidence? What's your oh my God moment? What would it take for it to do to sort of give you that oh my God moment?
Do you know what? I like it when the guests get that oh my God moment. That's the bit that I really, really enjoy. Like when you come, especially if you get someone that's a drag along, that something happens to them.
Oh,
that's the bit. That's the bit of the events that I really, really enjoy. Sorry, the phone just dropped. That is the thing that really, does it for me, sort of thing. I like sort of sensory work very much. So that's my thing. I like sit and wait, things going bang and all that sort of stuff. So that's the thing that interests me, really.
Yeah. I think Willie's answering that question for you, Andy. It's an oh my god meeting Willie. Yeah, I must admit that was an oh my god.
I've not been the same.
No, you're never the same since. Richard says converting the non-believers to believers.
Yeah, that's true. Richard's another one of our crew members in Mid's crew.
Yeah.
Evening, Richard.
I must admit, we had that oh my god moment when we did a seance. Remember, Jane?
Yeah.
This guy was he came along because of his wife, I think probably. He says, I'm skeptic. And I said, okay, then as long as I don't mind skeptics, as long as you're open to the possibility.
I don't believe in skeptics.
And by the time he left, he was during the seance. He was in tears, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's when I think I brought that spirit through, didn't I, of his relative? Was it his grandma?
Yeah.
And it was the little things like hiding a fags in the coal bucket or something, and it just absolutely did him because he didn't believe and he wanted to know how I knew the information.
Yeah.
And I've never seen him from Adam, but she came through so strong with information for him, and it just absolutely blew him away, and it certainly changed his thoughts on his beliefs, really.
Yeah.
See, stuff like that's absolutely brilliant because I mean, how can people then say there's nothing in the thing that we love doing? You know, fags in a coal bucket, so random.
It's like the time with Cassie, not long ago when we was here last. Cassie had this man in a team, and he wasn't a believer, and I think the mannequin, like the ventriloquist dummy, fell off the chair, and he absolutely caked it, and he wouldn't leave Cassie all night. And I think he was actually booked on to go to Drakelow as well, but he wanted to be in Cassie's team because he was that impressed.
Ah, brilliant.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Nikita says, I was just going to ask that. My best moment was at Savoy with Kay John nearly losing her fingers.
Hey, Nikita, you okay? She's in our Welsh team.
That's Shell's daughter.
Brecon Beacon said, when asked for Spirit to make a sound, noise, and a massive clap of thunder was heard at Dover. That was awesome.
I was trying to play that one down. Thanks, Shell.
Well, you could have come back with the week it took her to get home.
Actually, I mean that was absolutely brilliant. They come to Dover Castle's like probably one of the go-to locations that all our crews want to do. I mean, we're very lucky; it's right on my doorstep here.
Yeah.
And Shell came down and stayed overnight in their camper van, and unfortunately, on their way back, the thing broke down, and it took them a week to get home. Yeah, it did. It actually did.
It actually did.
Okay, True says, yes, Willie, it was. That purple Mohican made me go, oh my God.
I do think you're right there about the skeptics, though. We've had so many of them come up to the centre, and they say, I don't believe in any of this rubbish, but I have had this experience, and could you tell me what it means? Well, if you don't believe in it, then what you're worried about.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
and especially when you say they come in and say, don't believe any of this, and when you say, will you go on a Ouija board? Oh no, I won't touch them. And who's working really hard still. What has been your most memorable event, Andy?
Oh, well, I know we've talked about it a lot, but I think our first time at Dover Castle, it was on our bucket list and we managed to get to do it. There's not many teams that do it. I think HH do it. Most Haunted used to do it. They don't do it anymore. So there's only a couple of us that really do it now. And we were really lucky enough to do a sort of kind of a behind the scenes tour with English Heritage down there. They let us do the parts that you're not allowed to hire. And that was really something, because when you hire Dover Castle, you're not allowed to do the wartime tunnels or the nuclear bunker or the wartime hospital, because it's all like kind of still in living memory for people for commercially hiring. But we managed to get in there at their invitation and done it, and it was absolutely awesome.
Brilliant.
So thanks, Ant. Ant's just joined us. Actually, he's great.
Yeah. What he says, my favourite bit is always the customers we get. Some amazing guests.
That's true. we are so lucky. We are so lucky. But I mean, I don't think it is luck, because our crews are so approachable, such good fun, and they know how to look after people. And I think that's our secret.
Yeah. Craig says Andy Fort Whitley growl.
Yeah, he's the one that I run away from.
He's the one that's sending that
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, that was something. That was truly something else.
Okay. Oh, is Craig sending the item?
Yeah, Craig's the one that's sending the
Craig's
picture.
actually sending us a new item for the centre, Jane. So
Oh, cool. It's really interesting one.
look forward to you seeing that. Anne says, "Carry on the good work, Amy, Jane, and Neil."
Thanks, Anne.
Oh.
Anne, please readdress that.
One of our regulars.
She's one of the acts.
Yeah, well, she won't be getting bloody 10%.
No, that's my line.
Richard says, "We are all like family."
That is true.
Anne says, "Oh, stop it, Andy, you'll make me blush."
Bless him. Bless him.
So
Anne can still put this right, though, if she says hello to me.
Oh, give her a chance. She would do as well.
Diane says, "Some, not Craig Bradford." Laugh out loud.
Evelyn Dye, she's one of our crew members in our Berkshire crew. Actually, I forgot to give them a shout. Sorry, we've got a Berkshire crew as well. Sorry.
So have you, because you run the company, have you actually personally met all your crew?
I'm just trying to think. I don't think I've met Nikita. The rest, I think I've all met.
All right.
Which I need to put that right.
Yeah, Craig says we'll be on the way by the weekend. Good luck. Yeah, I'll tell Jane all about this new item that's coming up by the weekend.
You're going to love it. You'll love the thing I'm going to send up for you.
Oh, brilliant! Look forward to that.
That'd be awesome.
You got a question, Jane?
I was just listening then. Do you believe that these items could be haunted? What are your thoughts on items that may have things attached to them?
Do you know what? I find it really, really interesting. And I think one of the things that I find the most interesting is people's perception of that. I get loads and loads of phone calls from people, probably like you guys do, like, I've got this haunted thing going on in my house. And the big thing at the minute is like haunted dolls. I had a lady a couple of weeks ago phone up to say, I've got these haunted dolls in my house and they're sort of taking over and everything like that. I personally believe that they can be. But in reflection, when I get phone calls from people like that saying that they've got something haunted, I don't believe it quite so much, to be honest with you. I don't know what your thoughts are on it.
I think some people probably think they're haunted, but they probably aren't. What's your thoughts, Jane?
Yeah, I think sometimes people's perception, they get a doll that perhaps might look a bit weird or whatever, and I think some people automatically assume that there's something wrong with it, or it's haunted, or it's got some sort of attachment. And for me, working up at the centre, I do a lot of psychometry on the items, and a lot of times there's nothing on the items at all, that we've been sent. Sometimes there's things that we just don't expect at all. Sometimes it's animals, sometimes it's other things. But to actually find a real haunted doll that's got something, dark and negative attached to it that's going to cause problems in the home I think they are quite few and far between.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Diane says, most defo it's possessed. The first time I looked at the framed picture, I had to walk out the room. Is that
that's what's coming?
That's what's coming our way, Jane.
A picture?
It's a picture.
Yeah, I like pictures.
Nikita says, the worst one for me is when you go to an event and it's so unorganized. Has this ever happened to you, Andy?
Yeah, it has. Can't name the company, but yeah, it really, really has. So I find that sad for the guests, really, because everyone's paid a lot of money to go to an event, and it's unfair that people haven't put any attention to detail or put any effort into putting it together. I mean, they must know it's awful themselves.
Yeah.
And that's sad. I mean, going ghost hunting's not cheap, so you don't know what sacrifices people have had to make to find that money, really.
That's right. That's right. And says, do some people want things to be haunted even when they aren't?
Do you know what? I think that people absolutely thrive on that. We just get loads and loads of people coming our way. We get people talking about dolls. Amy will tell you we've got a little crew hub on Facebook where all the crew are, and regularly we're putting pictures up of what people are sending into us, and we get a lot. And they're desperate for it to be haunted, absolutely desperate. And you know, it's always got it's either an insect because it's an orb, or it's a cobweb, or something like that. Do you know what and you know, I think sometimes people just love the attention of having something like that. I mean, I might be a bit unjust saying that, but it is how I think.
No, I think you're right on that. I've seen on a lot of Facebook groups, you know, somebody's sort of put a picture up of an item and said, oh, it's causing this and causing that. And automatically there's loads of comments saying, oh my God, you must burn it. Oh, sage your house, do this, do that. And you just think, oh my God, hang on a minute, just calm down.
Yeah.
and you know, you've got to bury it, or you've got to smash it up, or you've got to go and chuck it in some water, or all this sort of stuff. And I always just put in, you know, can you send it to me at the and let us work with it and find out what's wrong with it. And the chances are, oh no, you can't have it because it's that bad. I've got to burn it, and I've got to sage my house, and then this, that, and the other. And I just think, oh, get on with it, then.
Yeah, no, it's a little desperate, isn't it?
Yeah,
and I think some people just love the drama that go along with it.
100%.
Yeah, we've had that a couple of times, haven't we, Jane? We've come across these people, this demon doll, and it's so evil that no one else is allowed to touch it. And of course, Jane's gone up to him and says, "Well, we'll have it." No, it's too evil for you. And you think, this is what we do.
Yeah.
But they think they are so right that it's only their opinion counts.
We had a lady call in about 3-4 weeks ago, and she was a doll lady, got like some dolls that were sort of causing her husband to smash the TV up and all this sort of stuff, and then she tried to stab her husband and all this thing because of these dolls. And I mean, if you got something like that really going on, you need some sort of proper help, and you know, you pretty much do anything to get proper help to sort that out. Anyway, so I'd kind of pretty much worked out that this wasn't really a very true story pretty quick in this lady's thing. And with the attention thing, we'd been approached, like Amy had been approached by a TV program, and they were looking for houses that were haunted without giving anything away for the title. You know, obviously this lady's got this thing going on. She's just about stabbed her husband. And I said, best thing I do is, what about if I put you in touch with these TV people? And she must have jumped 14 feet high in the air with that. Now, it kind of sort of tells you what it is. If you've got a problem like that going on, you want it fixed properly, don't you? So,
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
my thoughts were it was an attention thing, really.
Yeah. Okay. Anne says you're doing a good job, by the way, Andy.
Bless you. Bless you.
She's redeemed herself.
Okay, Stefan says, how do you know if something is carrying a spirit with it? And do you know almost straight away?
Well, for me,
on, yeah.
you know, like I said, I do psychometry on it, and I can connect with the energy that's there. I see it, I draw it, if I can, or communicate with it, and we'll just go from there. I mean, that's just what I do. I mean, other people will probably work differently.
The thing that works for me is if someone was to play something like that and I was working with the crew and suddenly they all stand back 15 feet, I know it's carrying something. But for me, I'm not able to pick up that sort of stuff. I'm not gifted in that way, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Okay.
But I would say, if anybody has got an haunted item out there that they think is doing something in their house, don't burn it or smash it up or anything. send it to the centre, send it to the Haunted Antiques Paranormal Research Centre. Let us work with it and let us just find out more about this stuff in the field.
That's right.
No, it can't. It's too evil for you.
Diane says this thing disappeared, and when Craig found it, the original frame was shattered beyond fixing. It released a very dark entity. It's attacked Craig loads of times.
A lot's grabbing his feet and ankles and that lot as well.
Ooh.
Especially when it's near the stairs.
See,
Cool.
that would be a thing of real interest for me. That because Craig is mega experienced. Di is a cracking medium. So if you've got those two's ears pricked up, that's going to be something pretty interesting for you guys.
Yeah, looking forward to getting that. Looking forward to Jane getting her hands on that one.
Definitely.
Von says, I've got a picture which I feel is more protective than haunted. The only time we had anything strange was when I moved it from the lounge wall into the hallway. It kept falling down until we moved it back into the lounge. Nikita says, have you actually had anything like a Chucky doll?
You've got one upstairs.
We've actually got a Chucky doll. that a medium gave us. It had, and at the time it had got like a bracelet for a necklace of black stone for protection, which he said contained the evil entity in it. Of course, the first thing we did as soon as this medium left was take it off.
I hope he's watching.
And to be honest, nothing's happened around it. And
no.
Ant says, surely.
Have you seen those?
Go on.
Have you seen those haunted dolls that Willie's girlfriend makes? Those absolutely fantastic. You have to get him to show you. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, she's actually contacted me today, and we're going to have a look at them. Ant says, surely us crew would be huddled around the dangerous item. I'm sure some of you would be. Willie says, trust me, they like evil things at the centre. They keep letting me in.
Yeah, and we keep ringing the bell.
Yeah, you should see him switch. I'm telling you. If you want to keep him under control, I'll send you the plague bell. You'll have him under control like no one's business.
Willie, I did the plug for you.
Yeah, well done. Dan says, Willie Stewart, surely not. You're a pussycat. That's not what I'd call him. One says that Chucky doll is weird anyway. It is weird. But we would have anything. So, Andy, if there's anywhere in the world that you would like to get GHT into, where would that be?
Villa Winter in Forteventura.
I've not heard of that one.
No.
It's a building kind of right out in the middle of nowhere. I've been there, and it's part of the Hitler escaping conspiracy theory type thing.
Right.
So very, very interested. Give that a little Google. So that is a place that I'd like to go. I'd also probably like to go to Tombstone as well. To the birdcage. That interests me.
Yeah, I've seen videos of the birdcage. It looks quite cool.
Yeah, I think the only thing with it is I would hope that it wouldn't be a letdown if you got there. I'd imagine it's probably only about 10 foot square. It looks tiny, doesn't it?
Probably, yeah. A lot of these, well, not a lot, quite a few of these places, they don't end up not being as good as you think they are.
Yeah. What about you? What's yours? What's your wish list?
Well, I'm like Jane. I'd like to go to Vampire
Bram Castle.
Bran Castle. I'd like to go to the Huaypachu Forest because I think that's not just ghosts; it's the UFO thing as well.
Yeah.
I'd like to go there. I'm not that bothered about the American side of things. No, we'd like to go to Zach Bacon's museum just to see what the hype is all about.
Yeah, I'd like to get my hands on his assets.
I saw an interview with him, and he said he'd like to come to the Haunted Antiques.
Well, the thing is, he's got the number 2 haunted museum. He wants to go to the number 1.
Yeah,
which is understandable.
The Thelma Temple in Sicily would be quite good.
Yeah, it is a good one. Craig says the Island of the Dolls. I think
Yeah.
that'd be a cool place to go.
Yeah, I don't think I want to go with Craig though after what happened at Fort Woodley.
Unless you trip him up on the way out.
Yeah.
And that island in Italy, you know, is it Paglio Island or something?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
That looks a cool place. That's for the plague victims, wasn't it? I think.
Sounds nice. Yeah.
Brecon Beacons Paranormal says defo book us a ticket for the catacombs.
Oh, France.
Yeah. That's an interesting place.
Yeah, definitely.
Trudy said it's in Venice, and Willie says the Plague Island. Yes, it's the Plague Island. I fancy that, but the Island of the Dolls. That's interesting. That's interesting to me. So, have you been? Everyone mentions this location. Have you been, or do you do 30 East Drive?
We have done it. We don't do it anymore.
Yeah, is there any reason, or can you not say?
No. It's. I mean, I guess we would probably do it. It's hard to get booked up on the nights that you want to get booked up on, because it's booked up a lot.
Yeah.
And it's. Do you know what? When we went, people had an all right time. For us, the ticket price has to be sort of quite expensive, like it does for everyone, because it's ever so dear to hire.
Yeah.
And our thing is, like, when we started this, we always wanted to give people really good value for money, keeping our ticket prices low if we can, and everything like that.
Yeah.
That makes it hard to do that. And if you're going to talk about getting a good bang for your buck, that place don't really do it. You know, we will go there again. I'm sure we will, because everyone always asks us about it, to be honest with you. But for me, not much happened really, to be fair. It's an aspirational place, like everyone wants to go to, isn't it?
Yeah. We agree with it. I wouldn't go back again. I've been twice.
You don't even go back for the chips.
I will only go back for the chips at the end of the road.
Yes, I heard about that. Yeah.
The chips are fantastic. Anyway, Andy, the hour's up. That's
wow.
It flies by. The whole night's flown by. It's been fantastic night. So I just want to say thanks very much for joining us.
Pleasure.
Huge thanks for giving my members a 10% discount on your events.
No problem at all. And thank you ever so much for giving all our guests free entry to the museum. That is so kind of you. That's not true. That's not true. The guy they need to survive.
So thanks very much for joining. It's nice to put a face to the name as well. It's because I know we've chatted before on Facebook. So now I'm going to kick you out.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, it's been lovely meeting you.
Yeah,
and
you.
Look forward to meeting you up at the centre sometime soon. So happy New Year to you.
Yeah, happy New Year. Thanks for having me
tonight.
See you soon.
See you then.
Take care. Cheers.
Bye. Bye, Andy.
So thank you. So that's the end of another night.
Yes.
Oh, let me turn the volume down. I've had to turn it up because I couldn't hear you. Yeah, night 4 done of 6.
Yeah, it's been really good. Really enjoyed it.
Only 2 to go, Jane.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be good.
So I want to say thanks for everybody watching and all the comments. We've had quite a few watching tonight, which is fantastic. It was weird being interviewed by Paul and Andy. Turn the tables on it. But it was good fun. It's always good to talk to Paul and Andy anyway.
Yeah, it is.
So, what's coming up tomorrow? Let's tell people what's coming up tomorrow. Okay.
Tom Warrington.
Tomorrow night, between 7 and 8, we've got a special with Tom Warrington, who's going to do his presentation on his own. So, that won't be like this. We're going to share it onto our pages because he's using a program for himself to get his stuff on. between 8 and 9, we've got Ghost Dimensions, who got it's Sean and Bex who do their own show on Amazon Prime, so that'd be a good one. Then 9 to 10, it's a special. We've got another hour off, 9 to 10, Jane, so that's good.
Good.
Got Sam Pert, who we interviewed a couple of nights ago. So
Yeah.
Sam is going to do tarot readings and oracle readings, and if he's drawn to anybody, he's going to do a reading online for us. So that would be interesting.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Then between 10 and 11, we've got Paranormal Concept, which is Paul Rook, Kerry Greenway, and Richard Clements.
Yeah, that's lovely. Be nice to catch up with them.
Old colleagues of ours. And then 11 to 12, we've got Haunted Mysteries, which is Rob Bray. So another action-packed night tomorrow night.
And you're leaving me in charge for the first part.
I won't be here till about 9 o'clock because I've got to go work. So
you're leaving it up to us. Who's going to be controlling the studio? Amy.
Amy will be controlling the studio. Julie's going to be up here with her because I don't want Amy to be up the centre on her own because it's not very nice.
Cool. So to be with Amy to start with then.
Amy will start it off. And another action-packed show, I think.
Fantastic.
And of course, it's a big day for you, Jane.
It is.
Fingers crossed all goes well. I'm sure it will.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day tomorrow, I think. But
it's been a long, long tunnel, but that light now.
Yes, we're just about at the end now, so it'll be good.
So I just want all the best tomorrow, Jane.
Yeah, thank you.
Get it done.
Yeah.
Thanks for everyone watching. It's been great having you all here. And now we're going to go because I've got to get up at 6:30. I think Vaughn says violins, Neil. It's nice. It's nice to have mates, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, good night, everybody, and
we'll see you all tomorrow. Take care.
Tomorrow.
Bye.